Everybody. Good morning, everybody. My name is Emily Cardenas, and I'm the executive director of Dranoff Two Piano Fusion. And we are the organization that founded Piano Slam, the program that you're going to learn so much more about today, that we hope you will bring into your classroom and potentially participate as a live school. So we have been around as an organization for almost 40 years, and we began as a two piano competition. And although the competitions don't exist anymore, we continue to promote two piano music through our concert season every year. And Piano Slam is our arts education program that's been in existence for nearly 20 years now. And it was developed in collaboration with Miami-Dade County Public Schools. And so we have been an integral partner for a very, very, very long time. Many of you, I think, have attended uh, our professional development workshops in the past. We hope we have a lot of new folks here. Piano Slam is a program for middle and high school students. So if you are an elementary school teacher, this is really not for you. Um, so what Piano Slam does is it combines music, science, and creative writing, particularly poetry writing. And it is an effort to enhance academic learning through the creative process of combining music and science and poetry together. Uh, the schools that join us and become our cohort, and it's usually about a dozen schools a year, they receive two in-classroom poetry writing workshops with our very, very skilled poet teachers. We also do a live concert in the school, two piano concert in the school. And we also organize a science field trip. We endeavor for all the schools who participate to do every aspect of that. But we do have last year, for the first time, we recorded a concert, and that is available on our website. And I'm going to ask Sarah Straka to show that to you in just a moment. But the concert is really important. We introduce classical music to young people. One of our poets, one of our spoken word poets, also attends. And so they get a feeling for what spoken word poetry looks and sounds like. And they experience classical music, many oftentimes for the first time. And we go over some of the vocabulary words that are used. Um, this is what we do in the classroom. The ultimate goal, though, which is open to all schools in Miami-Dade County, public schools, no matter whether you're one of our live school cohorts or not, is the poetry competition. So we have a district-wide poetry competition that requires those poems to be submitted by students in middle and high school in two categories, in English language arts or in the science category. And they have to include music and or science terminology in the poetry. So it's a very interesting process. And we're going to review all of that in grand detail today. Sarah, if you could just share with the group our website, pianoslam.org, and I want to show people where that concert is on our website so that you can access it. So there's the website. We scroll down. If we go to, it's the teacher's resource page. And there is the YouTube link, first thing you see for the concert. So if organizing a concert in your school becomes too complicated with all the classes that you have, although teachers do it, we will ask then for you to use this in the classroom. And this resource is open to anybody. You don't have to be a live school. Now this is now available to you. Um, This is we do these workshops because, not everybody wants to, be in the program. A lot of the teachers feel that they can teach our curricula themselves, incorporate it into their lessons, their lesson planning, in their lessons about poetry. And so now here you have this concert that you can share with your students, and it's available to anybody. It's not password protected. And as are all of the resources to integrate this into your classroom, they're all available on pianoslam.org. So there they are. And these are some of the items that we're going to be utilizing today. And then we do another professional development workshop. There's our glossaries. We do another one in November, and all of those tools will be here as well, accessible to you. So once we have this poetry competition, your participating students submit their poetry. This year, we are putting a few more guidelines up there for those that have been a part of this program before. Poems will have to be between 100 words and 300 words. That's a 100-word minimum and a 300-word maximum. Um, so that is something that's different. And so we want everybody to make note of that. And then, we get hundreds of submissions every year, and a very large pool of volunteer poets review these poems. And out of hundreds, we select a good 15, 16, 17 max. And those students become finalists in the poetry competition. And they undergo rigorous spoken word training so that they learn how to present themselves on stage and how to present their poem in the spoken word tradition. And then we have a final show on the stage of the Adrian Arch Center, and four of those students win $1,000 prizes. So it's a very exciting process, and we hope that you will participate, whether you're a live school or not, and that if you are interested in becoming a live school, if you could please mute your microphone. If you have joined us late, we need you to mute your microphone so we don't hear you while the rest of us are conducting the workshop. Thank you. So we hope many of you will participate, will bring the program into your classroom, and that some of you will want to join us to reap the benefits of the entire program as a live school. We have a theme every year for Piano Slam, and this year it is Searching for Home. And it is inspired by the Presidential Poet Laureate Richard Blanco, who has been searching for home his entire life and has been writing about that process very much so in his poetry. And you're going to be hearing some of that this afternoon. He will be a guest speaker this afternoon after lunch, and he's going to be reciting several of his poems and get to answer some of your questions. So we're going to explore what searching for home means and what all of those resources are for you in the classroom to explore that with your students. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our wonderful poet host today, and that's Caridad Moro-Gronlier. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Caridad. But first, actually, before I do that, Sarah Straka, if you could raise your hand and wave at everybody. Sarah is our program manager for Piano
Hello,
Slam.
everyone.
And she's the one that orchestrates and organizes the trips, communicates with all the teachers, schedules concerts, really is the liaison to the school. So I wanted to make sure that you met her. So I'm looking forward to today. I hope you are too. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the very talented Caridad.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. I am Poet Laureate of Miami-Dade County, but I'm also a teacher. So like you, it's the middle of our go back to school. We need to move boxes. We need to put up bulletin boards. I get it. I feel you. So I thank you for being here and taking time out of your very, very, very busy day to join us. So We're going to keep it loose and fun, and all of these skills can be translated into whichever classroom you are in, whether you're teaching science or language arts or an elective or even math. They threw you in math and now you're in this workshop. It's going to help. And it's also the kind of thing that will enrich your connection with your students and where you will see tangible results. I promise you, I'm not in poetry for the money. I am in poetry for the love. And that's what I'm bringing to you today. My love of it is real and genuine. And I hope that that comes across today and helps you to bring it to your students. We live in a time where modes of story are changing. Everything is a TikTok. I love to slow it down a little bit and watch how much they enjoy slowing it down with me with a piece of poetry. And when they write it, you'd be surprised how invested our students get when someone is hearing them and listening and validating their work. And for many of them, as Emily mentioned, for the first time ever. I also want to give you like a personal, I was telling Sarah before you all came on, I am kind of piano slam, even though I've never formally participated in it as a student. I was a student in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I'm first generation. I grew up surrounded by libraries and schools that helped fill in the blanks that I had culturally. And I went from that, you know, very insular Cuban American home to being now the poet laureate of my county and to just becoming a member of the Academy of American Poets. And I say this only to say that it is unbelievable. My parents never could have dreamed that I would become this. And every single one of us has a student like that sitting in our class with a dream and the wherewithal to go get what they want. So when we are feeling down and frustrated and demoralized, we all know who that student is. So let's do it for that student today and for all of us. And thank you. Thank you. I see you and I appreciate you and I value your service every single day. That's not lip service, that's for real because I'm in the trenches with you. All right. So let's get started. So today we're going to delve into, as Emily mentioned, the idea of where home is. What is home, and what home means to all of us. So I'm going to ask, how does a couple of questions, and I'd like to get your ideas. There is no test. There's just participation and communication between all of us. So how does identity shape belonging? And how can poetry and or storytelling deepen empathy for each one of our belongings? If you like to participate, go ahead and throw up a hand in the chat and I will call on you just to avoid the cacophony. Um, don't all move at once now. You're overwhelming me with the hands up, but who's going to be the first one? Can we talk to each other instead of the chat?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, absolutely. So the question is number one, how does identity shape belonging? So for example, I'll start. My identity, I'm Cuban American. I fit everywhere and I fit nowhere. So my identity is shaped where when I'm in Miami, I feel very American because I live my life in English. I listen to Led Zeppelin. I don't listen to Bad Bunny. A lot of times I don't feel like I really belong here. But then when I leave Miami, oh my God, I never feel so Cuban. And all of a sudden it becomes a different thing because the code switching makes me realize, oh, I miss the code that I'm no longer in. So belonging is always about negotiating where I am, who I'm with, what language I'll be interacting in, what food am I ordering, who am I talking to, how am I greeting people. Whenever I run into Cubans, and I have run into Cubans all over, I ran into Cubans in Bora Bora. That's not a joke. I know that we're going to hug hello. But if I run into somebody who is not Cuban, I'm not going to rise up on them and hug them like a stranger because that's not our culture. That's our culture. That's not somebody else's culture. So these are all the micro things that I've been doing my whole life that I don't actually even think about. but there are negotiations that happen every single day. So, Margarida Pinto, please unmute yourself and hello, welcome.
Let me go to the camera now. Then you can see my face. I hope, I don't know, can you guys see it? It's just a classroom here. First, I want to thank you, Caridad. Thank you so much for sharing your history with us, because this, when I was reading the program, and I said, this is where I belong. And I am Brazilian with a Cuban heart, because all my friends here are Cuban. We say we run a Cuban mafia here, and I am the second in command because I'm not pure Cuban, like in a good way. You know, it's like we all get together, have lunch with all the Cubans in the science department, and I feel the belonging here. God graced me of learning Spanish 40 years ago in Brazil for the love of the boleros. And I knew that God had another mission for me, not the love of music only, as I want to understand everything. And I had to drive 1 hour every day. Oh my God, what did I do it here? I missed you guys. Oh, here, I'm back here. I had to get a bus 1 hour to another city to learn Spanish. And now I know here, by me speaking Spanish, it helps me connect with the kids, and they feel the belonging just because of that. So it's our culture, it's ourselves. I am waiting on a very urgent call from Brazil, and I apologize, but the timing is now. I'm going to mute myself and I'll come back. This is my sister with a lawyer in Brazil. Okay, I'm so sorry.
We're going to keep it frosty, no problem.
All right, thank you.
To explain. Thank you so much for sharing. Helena.
Yeah, hi. I'm at Mast Academy. I was just going to answer in a very different way in terms of like how poetry shapes belonging. And I remember being in high school at Gables way back in the day. And Jenny Krugman, who is a legendary English teacher, first gave me Emily Dickinson to read. And I remember getting to some of her poetry. I became enthralled with her work. And I read some of her poems to her sister-in-law. And, you know, I was like, okay, so this woman sounds like she really likes her sister-in-law in a way that is not typical. And I thought, okay, so there's something in there that resonates with me. I think this, you know, nobody said the word lesbian except for if you were Anita Bryant in those days. So poetry kind of gave me a sense that, yeah, okay, there are things that we can express that other people around us are not expressing, and can make you feel that your humanity is with you. I mean, in terms of like my ethnic identity, I'm a gringa, you know, in Miami, but arts have always been the key for me to getting into the Miami community in a different way, you know, whether it's through flamenco or through Cuban music or through, you know, any of the traditions that kind of define us as a community. Gospel music, soul, jazz, you know, going to jazz performances. It's just, you know, the arts are the thing. And sports may unite some people, but I think the arts are the thing that really bring me in to the different parts of this community. And I hope we can keep them alive here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And yes, we're going to keep it alive. Trust. Vania. Hello, welcome. Vania Boyo. All right.
Yes. Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Vania. I've been with North Miami Beach Senior High School for the last 12 years, 10 years in a Catholic school. I want to mention this because today is the first day for all Catholic schools, the Archdiocese of Miami. And I've been here for 20 more years, 25, 6 years. First generation immigrant from Bulgaria. And I have to say that my home is here in Miami. And this is very important to identify yourself, because by identifying your home, you can actually create and you can do a lot of stuff in science, in technology, in math, and of course in art. So this is my third or fourth time, I think, attending this type of Piano Slam PD. And it's a pleasure to hear so much about poetry because all science people, and I'm a science teacher, math people, they need that connection with poetry to deep much more and create what our society needs in nowadays. And we need this type of melting between science and math, technology, engineering, and poetry.
Thank you so much, Vanya.
You're welcome.
Jennifer Mesa. Hi, welcome.
That's
There you go.
perfect. Hi, my name is Jennifer Mesa, as you just said, and I was actually, Caridad, really able to relate to what you were saying, as I'm also a Cuban American, who some people are surprised by that, because I don't particularly look like I would be. So having grown up in Miami, I always felt, like a white girl, and then I moved to New York, and I feel like that's erasing my Cubanness, and I do not fit in with you guys like I thought I did, or like with the community. And moving back to Miami, like has kind of reaffirmed exactly what you've been saying. So I've had to search for home in communities, like smaller homes. I found that for me, home is where I feel safe. So the people that I feel safe with, I feel really safe with my fiance. I feel safe with my friends who are all over. Anytime we reunite, we get together. Me and my best friends get together like once a year. And it doesn't matter if we get together in Tallahassee, if we get together in New York City, if we get together on a cruise. For me, that's home because that's where I can be myself and like all parts of myself most truthfully. And I think expressing that to others and expressing this point of view that home is about where you feel safe, and doing it through poetry is really beautiful thing that can happen.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thanks so much. And welcome back. Natalie Stevenson. Hi.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Okay, so my take on this answer was shared very interesting perspectives. For me, I am actually Jamaican American. So I came when I was 10. I did live in New York for a little bit, and I'm here. So what I've discovered in my journey is I think Miami, how culture shapes identity. I mean, sorry, identity shapes. What was the question exactly again?
How does identity shape belonging?
Oh, belonging, right. I think all immigrants from different places can understand duality in terms of like being from both and then not being completely from, at least in my experience, since I came when I was a child. I am Jamaican, but I'm very American also. So I don't completely fit in with a Jamaican crowd. I don't, not completely, and I don't completely fit in with an American crowd. And or and even other cultures. But by being in Miami and having so many people who are Miamians around me from different cultures, Haitian, Cuban, name it, Colombian, on and on. I think we have that common understanding that we can appreciate each other's cultures, and appreciate our own cultures and then still be American. So I think that makes Miami very unique. And I was watching a comedian the other day, and he is Mexican, the fluffy guy. Some of y'all know him,
Gabriel
and
Iglesias.
yes, and he was telling a story that he came to Miami and he asked for coffee and he got the little the little tiny one, right? And he was like, "What is this?" And he's like, "Give me a whole bowl." And the guy was talking to him in Spanish and was like, "You want a whole bowl of that?" And so he gave it to him and he's like, "Vaya con Dios." And I understood everything. I understood it completely, because, my husband and I were cracking up. So I think that just makes our identity here in Miami kind of unique because we understand that duality. So that's it for me.
And those are the details, Natalie, like that cafecito, that's so like Miami, right? And it doesn't matter what culture you're from, you know what that cafecito is. And those are the details that get put into poems. Because if you drop a cafecito in a poem and you're from Miami, you're gonna smell it, you're gonna see it, you're gonna taste it. So those are the details that are so specifically Miami that our kids can draw from. And by the same token, it sets us apart from just another poem. No, these are specific Miami touchstone poems. So that's beautiful, and our students will really appreciate that. Thank you. Dr. Vivian Leon, hello. I'm gonna give you your props, doctor.
Good morning, everybody. I don't know why my title's on there. I guess it got on there somehow, but good morning,
Earned
everybody.
it. That's why it's there. Take it.
I really appreciate being part of this morning. I heard about you guys and this whole thing a long time ago when I was at Miami High. I was a reading coach over there. And I've been wanting to do this for so long because I love poetry. I've been writing poetry. I haven't written in a while, but last year. But I love music too. I see the guitars in the background there, so I'm a guitar player. I like to sing, and I appreciate the arts. And I'm an English teacher over here at Mass Academy. And something that is interesting, when I was going to college, I met up with some artists here in Miami. I had a lot of artsy friends, like Carlos Navarro. He's an artist and here in Miami. I don't know if you've seen his work. He does a lot of pop art and things like that. He's very popular. Ricardo Payosa. He's a poet and instructor. So he was a friend, and back in when I was in my 20s, and Carolina Hospital. So I was in that kind of environment. And so my first job was at Miami Northwestern. So when you talk about identity and shaping and connecting to that belongingness, even when you go into a different place that's a different culture than oneself, one of the things that connects everybody and is what do we have in common? Like music, like food, like experiences, what makes us laugh, those things that perk us up. And so, like growing up as a Cuban American, I was born here. I've been here my entire life. I've been wanting to get out of here since high school. It never did. It did happen because of family. But one of the things that what I was relating to Natalie is that between cultures, and I saw that in Ricardo's poetry, for example, and Carolina, is that experience. They were born in Cuba. I was born in Miami. I have a Spanish background too. But one of the things that it was like that, it's between cultures. So I wasn't American enough and I wasn't Cuban enough growing up. So I always felt like, where do I belong? Am I Cuban? Am I American? And it's almost like, for example, you go to Cuban parties. I couldn't dance like the Cuban. I was more like a gringa. We watched television in English in home the way I grew up. So I was very Anglo compared to a lot of my friends. I had friends from all walks. So, and and American friends and Cuban friends and Latin American friends and all so forth. But the values, what brings us together, I think where is home, where you feel good, where you feel safe, where you connect to those feelings and those senses, the sensory stuff, that is memorable. Those are the things that stay with us. Those are our memories that are permanent. Those celebrations, those little celebrations every day. That's where home is, whether it's family or friends. It's where you feel comfortable, where you feel happy, or moments of joy. So that's pretty much I kind of like summing it up. But yeah, that belongingness when you're not born, when your family's from somewhere else than where you were born, and you're trying to fit in, I think that pretty much is a common variable, that affects a lot of us here.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Marquita Medley.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi.
I'm sorry, my video doesn't work. So there's like an interesting thing for identity and belonging, right? So like my name, Depending on where the person is from, that's how they'll pronounce it. My first name is actually Marquita.
Hi, if you're not speaking, please mute yourself. Thank you so much. Okay, sorry, I called you Marquita, and it's Marquita,
Right,
right? Right.
right. So it depends on the person's background, how they pronounce my name. So my ethnicity is African American and Korean. And I grew up in Miami. My family has been in Miami since the 50s, some of us before that. So there's been a lot of changes in how Miami looks in that time. So the idea of like community and belonging and identity, like I've had family, I've had friends in what is now like Wynwood, the art district. It's different now. Even our neighborhoods down further south, my family originally is from Goulds, predominantly Black, and that has also been changing. Um, and, that idea of what it is to belong to Miami when your family has been here for so long, but now there's like a difference in language, there's a difference in culture, and you're still kind of seen as an outlier, even though you're however many generations in, you're not considered, the standard for what Miami is. So that's an interesting way of feeling what your identity is and what it is to belong, because you do and you feel grounded and you feel connected, but there's also this disassociation with what your culture is and what your background is and what the majority of the culture in Miami is at this point. Also for me, being biracial and going to Korea, I went for the first time in my 40 years of life this past summer. And you can't see me, but I am fairly fair skinned, big curly hair. But once I go to Korea, it's very clearly brown. Like my skin is very clearly brown set against the backdrop of Korean people. But I had the most interesting moment on a bus full of ajumas. If you watch K-drama, an ajuma is like an older Korean woman. My son, who is only a quarter Korean, was sitting on the bus, and I was sitting on the bus, and they're offering him candy and they're being nice. And my Korean is well enough. They asked me, they looked at him, they were staring at him, and they looked at me and they said, "Are you Korean?" And it was one of the most emotional moments of my life, because I grew up in Miami my whole life. I only knew my African American family. So to be in Korea, and to kind of feel like in that moment I belonged, like that was a home that I had never been to, that I had never belonged to. That was a completely emotional moment, because I'm like, oh my God, you can see it. Yes, yes, I am. um, but I think also that identity depends on how other people see you. Like I said, opening with my name. If you are from a Latin background, you're going to pronounce my name differently than if you are from, say, like an African American background, like most of my family. Um, so that's how people view me off bat. Then there's my general appearance, and I'm lighter than my African American family by and large, but I'm darker than my Asian family by and large. And how they view me depends on their background, right? So how we identify ourselves is one thing. And so there's a way that I identify, there's a way that I grew up and that I view myself, but there's also how other people come and view me and how they treat me and how they feel I belong based on how I look.
Wow, yeah, you've unpacked a lot, Marquita. Did I say it correctly this time?
Yes,
And,
girl,
and
yes.
it's so funny because that we're talking about negotiations and boundaries and borders. And so for me, I'm always negotiating. How do I say that name? Because I can say Marquita Medley, and I can also say Marquita Medley, right? So
Right.
I want to make the person whose name it is feel validated and seen. So that's a lot of the stuff that goes by us in Miami that we just don't bother. Listen, try saying Caridad outside of Miami-Dade County. It's like people lose the ability to break down syllables. They're like, and then they don't even try, which is so interesting to me because I learned how to say Blythe. So if I can learn how to say Blythe, they can learn how to say Caridad. but these are negotiations. So I hear what you're saying. I feel it very deeply. And my son is blonde with green eyes, and I got a lot of, are you his babysitter?
Yep.
So, not in Miami, but in Ocala. So it's like, it also depends. I'm also hearing the refrain that home is very much transferable. It's very much we take it with us and we find it because it's so necessary that even if we aren't in our home per se, we recreate it because we need it. So moving really quickly to my other hands up, Alicia Taylor. See, I didn't call you Alicia.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Is
Hi,
is it
welcome.
okay?
Yes, thank you.
Um, you can call me Alicia. It's okay. That that is the correct pronunciation. I was born and raised here, born and raised in the county of Dade, product of the Dade County public school system, the state university system. Um, I grew up in Carroll City. Now it's called Miami Gardens. And I think identity is related to traditions, family events like the Orange Blossom Classic, going to the youth fair every year, um, uh, family events at Virginia Key Beach. So
That's
I
historic.
just wanted to say that. And that I enjoy writing poetry. I enjoy this Poetry Slam PD. Thank you very much for all your hard work.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. It's actually a joy. This is the easy part. Thank you. Um, Otto Sequeira. Hi.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Part of the Math Academy contingent here, at least three of us so
Yeah,
far.
there's a lot. You
Uh,
guys brought a posse. I like it. I like it very much.
I have first a process question because we've been talking about the first question for a while, but I had an answer for the second question. I want to make
Well,
sure.
actually, that would be great. We can transition because I just in the speaking of the first question, I think that we already have empathy amongst those of us who have spoken. We certainly found connection and we found empathy. So please, what do you think about that second question, which is how can poetry/storytelling deepen empathy?
I want to share my conversation with my son this weekend, who I just dropped off to college
Oh,
at Georgia Tech. So very proud dad. And
proud and a little sad.
yes, all the emotions.
All the things.
In the words of Michael Meyer from SNL, I'm feeling verklempt.
Yes, yes.
Very moved. So, regarding empathy and identity, I was talking to him about how in our country, identity is often defined as being not something else based on constructions like race or color. So, I'm blank because I'm not blank. So there's often those dichotomies that are created. And so identity can affect the ability for us to empathize, depending on how you see your identity. So, for example, there are other traditions throughout the world that do things like this instead. For example, Christians have a term called children of God. Zen Buddhists, if you ask someone, a Zen Buddhist, who are you or what are you, they say, I'm that. So they'll point at someone else or an animal or an object, that there's underlying connections between everything and everyone. And to connect it with our science theme of this program, even in science, we know that with particle physics, we're not really a solid object. We're more like a cloud of patterns, and the atoms that I breathe in this room with my students then gets incorporated into my students and vice versa. And I tell my students that, and they're like, "Ugh, your breathing gets into me, and your atoms get into me." Yeah, we're not really. There's underlying connections between all of us in many ways to describe that. And so if one sees oneself as being intimately connected with others as part of your identity, then you will, I think, be better able to empathize. And that was something I shared with my son as he went off to college.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing in the personal too. I believe an anecdote, especially to get our kids to pay attention. I always say nothing functions without story of some sort. And if we become the initial story, then, and I defy two people to sit together and truly talk to one another, as you said, and not find some pattern of commonality, something. So yes, thank you so much for sharing, and I wish your son great success at Georgia Tech. You're gonna eat some peaches. It's gonna be good. I don't have your name, but it's 255-583. Please tell me your name because I don't like that.
Good morning. Very loud.
Maybe lower your.
Okay. Sorry about that. Good morning. My name is also Vinya. I saw there's another Vinya. I said, wow, that's awesome. There's another Vinya on the Zoom. Vinya Washington. And I would like to say that one common ground that shapes belonging, regardless of your culture, is the ability to show compassion to others, to show respect, to show justice, to show peace, and most importantly, your ability to show love to others. And poetry allows us to demonstrate that common value in life. And so that's why poetry is extremely important, and it gives our students an outlet to show the foundation that they have learned from home and also from school and from their experiences. So poetry is awesome, and it's something that we must value and to continue to share so that our students can grow.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mute yourself, please. Thank you. Anyone else have anything to say about building empathy through story and poetry?
I would.
Yes. Hi.
Hey, hi,
What's
how
your
are you?
name?
My name's Wanda Williams.
Hi, Wanda.
From Miami
You've been here
Shores.
before, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I recognize
Get
you.
my
Hi.
phone charger.
Well, what I really get from all of this, and it really helps me because I'm born in Miami and I've been here all my
One of the
life.
older ones? Yeah.
Janelle.
Let me try to unmute myself again.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Okay. Of course, being born and raised in Miami, I've met a lot of different cultures just by the people that have come and joined us here in our community. But being a music teacher I need to know a lot about the feelings of the students and the music. It is amazing how important the music that we listen to in our different cultures give comfort to our students. Like I know that when Hispanic Heritage comes, if they don't hear something in their own language during that time, especially, they feel so left out. They feel so avoided. And, our Haitian community, they get one day, not a week, they get one day for Haitian Flag Day, and it's so many times it's overlooked. And when I did something on Haitian Flag Day, they got so excited. They wanted to hear the music over and over and over because it was in their language, and they embraced it so much. And what I get from Piano Slam a lot is different varieties of music, things that I have never even thought of listening to, or different perspectives from the people that are here and how the different cultures affect them. And I like to hear the student view because it really opens my eyes to how much they need that support. And the poetry part is really good for me also because I'm a songwriter. And to be able to tell a story and paint a picture at the same time. And we do little short songs that the kids write, and especially now that rap is so popular. And we try to get them to share their likes and emotions through their rap, to express their life experiences through the little raps that they make so that they have an outlet to share. And as you know, rap and poetry are like,
They're the same. They're cousins. They're siblings, of course.
So this has been really interesting for me because I do a lot of PD on my own for music because that's my interest. You know, my main interest is learning about different ways to teach songs and stuff. And this is the only one that touches on other things that I need as a teacher. So of course there's other trainings that I can take, but they're always offered. This is only offered every now, you know, it's not a continuous thing. And I can't participate in all of the activities, but I learned so much from this one. And it really, really helps.
Ms. Wanda, I just want to impart to you that your empathy comes across the screen, just the way that you speak and express yourself. So your students are very lucky to have you because it's clear in the stories that you're telling that you not only see them, but you see the ways that they aren't seen. And that really helps others, perhaps see what they didn't notice. So thank you so much, and thank you for being here. And I love the idea of the songs, and that's what I tell my students about rap. I mean, nobody breaks a line like Eminem; they just don't. And so I've done that with them, and there's ways to do it we can get clean versions of everything, but that really gets buy-in. So thank you for being here. It's lovely to see you again, and I hope to see you every single year.
I appreciate it. Thank you
Of
so much.
course. Helena, yes.
Just a very quick comment in response to what Vinya said about compassion and how that unites us. It just really reminded me so much of the late Andrea Gibson's poem, MAGA Hat in the Chemo Room. So I just thought I would put up a link to that in the chat in case anybody wants to hear it, because identity does come in many different forms. And I think that what Andrea was able to do in the last couple of years of her life was to really embrace true and deep empathy for all people, regardless of identity. Really the people that were as far away from her as one could imagine. And it's just extraordinary how that poem kind of with a very small scene gets to that truth that she held so tightly in those last 2 years before her death. So I'll put that up for you guys.
For those who don't know, Andrea Gibson was a spoken word poet, tremendous talent, beautiful person, wonderful writer, and they just passed a couple of weeks ago.
And the poet laureate of Colorado, they also made a film about
poet laureate
her
of Colorado.
Meg.
Just unbelievably. So, and if you want to catch their early work, the kids love it on Button Poetry because they really, really knew how to read a poem. So thank you for honoring her. And she wrote this great poem, Things That Don't Suck. So
All right.
Definitely Things That Don't Suck. They're on the list. Thank you.
Yeah.
Really quickly, tying into compassion, you do not have to let me know if you need to go to the bathroom. Not my style. Just go ahead and do it. Take care of it. I trust you. And Marquita?
Yeah, sorry, just wanted to interject real quick.
Of course, please.
Talking about Haitian Flag Day, May is actually an overlapping month. May is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, but it's also Haitian Heritage Month. So we can celebrate all month long, May.
Yes, I'm all about that. And as a literature teacher, we can also incorporate stories that reflect the cultures of our students. I think that that's fantastic that we are able to do that. And we don't need to editorialize. We can just let the story do our talking for us. Anyone else? Before I move on? Okay. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate the discourse and the sharing and the connection. Every year I find that, even seeing Ms. Wanda again makes me really happy to see people who continue to come to get something else out of this beautiful program. Again, really quickly, just some housekeeping. Please make sure you have signed in with your name and ID number. And if you scroll to the very top of the chat, you will find a link for an evaluation sent out by Miami-Dade County Public Schools. Okay, so we're going to move into, and if you need to go to the bathroom, go ahead and take 5 minutes because we're still a little early. And we're going to start delving into the website right now that we're going to be working with, which is Facing History. And we're going to start working with our resources that are built around Richard Blanco, who will be with us today. Really exciting. And so go ahead and take 5 minutes. Let's be back here, well, 7 by 9:35, and we'll go ahead and start.
I don't see the link to the.
Sarah just put it in again.
Okay, thank you.
So it should be toward the bottom now. Okay, so please let us know what time is lunch so we can plan accordingly. We will be going to lunch at 11:30 till 12:15. And I'm going to need you to come back promptly at 12:15 so that we can do our prep for Blanco, who's coming in. So again, 11:30 to 12:15. And I hope to have you out of here so you can also plan by like no later than 2:30.
Caridad, for some crazy reason, I don't see the link
Okay, let me go to
in
the
the chat. So maybe you can email it, just a thought.
No, I'm going to put it in there again because I just found it.
Okay, I'm on it now. I'm looking.
Hold on, I'm going to do it again right now. Message everyone. Paste.
There you go.
It says T-join.
I don't know why. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, PD should end by 2:30. That's really dependent on you guys, but yes. That's why I haven't built in breaks. Again, I'm going to run to the bathroom myself. I'll see you at 9:35. All right, so as I said, we're going to be working with the website. Sorry, I'm getting myself situated on screen. Facing History, which is not devoted to Richard Blanco, but he has his own section, and I'm going to share now. Okay, there it is. So it's Facing History and Ourselves, and as you can see, there are many resources just to familiarize you with the website. And as you can see, there's lots of teacher references. Everybody can see my screen? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Lots of stuff, English language arts, social studies, all of these resources. So yes, we're going to use it specifically for our purposes today, but it's a wonderful website. So under Borders and Belonging, they have many different overviews and paths and lessons and things for you to go deeper and create your own lesson plans. So again, it's a wonderful resource. So for right now, okay, we're going to listen to Richard Blanco, who will be with us. He was Obama's inaugural poet. He read the poem for Obama's inauguration, One Today. And he's also a Miami boy, so we love him. How is the sound? Can you hear it okay? Let me raise my volume, sorry.
navigate a lot of borders in my life. And, we can think of borders in many ways, right? We can think of it as a division, but it's also a meeting place. So several borders that I've had to negotiate. One, for example, is a socioeconomic border. Growing up as a working class, lower working class immigrant family, we didn't have a lot of access to the humanities or the arts, and particularly not poetry. I came to writing and to the arts much later in life at 27. I became a civil engineer, and that has been my career for several decades before I became an official full-time poet. So that was one kind of border. The other is a cultural border. What little my parents didn't know about arts or whatnot was all sort of Cuban artists or Cuban authors. My parents didn't even know who Robert Frost was, for example. They don't even know who the Rolling Stones were. So whatever was outside the house, another world that I had to explore, crossing between those two spaces became part of my life. Another kind of border is my sexuality. Again, all these borders also kind of intersect, right? Because you can't really separate one from the other. My grandmother, who was my primary caretaker, was very homophobic and also very xenophobic. So anything that was culturally odd to her, she lumped into the queer or the gay bin. So oatmeal was gay, the Brady Bunch was gay, like anything she couldn't understand culturally was odd to her, right? And therefore, in a sense, queer. That's another border that I've had to cross and negotiate a whole new sense of self, refinding another kind of home that isn't necessarily a geographical home, but a home in terms of community, in terms of safe space, in terms of support, in terms of living a life that you can feel you can live without shame or fear. And that itself is a kind of another definition of home, right? Another place we long for. I'm also Cuban gay, so like these borders keep on intersecting all the time. My ideal connection is a Cuban gay community, right? So all these things are always in flux and in motion and always negotiating them. And sometimes they're meeting grounds, and sometimes they're places you just live in one place for a little while and try and cross and live in another place for a little while.
Okay, so comments on what Richard was saying. I find it especially compelling, and full disclosure, Richard and I are very close friends who went to school together. And these are we have many of these conversations all the time. I'm one of those Cuban gay communities that he longs for, where the intersections, we understand each other. But this idea of borders as meeting places as well as divisions is very compelling to me. Any comments or ideas regarding what he said? Any familiarity, any awarenesses? Love to hear what you have to say. Marquita.
Sorry, I'm talking a lot today, but
No, don't apologize ever.
I did not think about socioeconomic strata as identity and belonging. And that's not like that really hit, like I identify as working class. And so, with all the things that happen in the world, those are the people that I root for because whether they are in Congo or they're in Sudan or, wherever in the world, I identify with working class. And I feel like that's where I belong. And I never thought of it that way.
It is absolutely. Those are our divisions, and yeah, you'd never really think about that until you're put in a situation where the class becomes a thing.
Right.
Yeah, and he brings it up in a way I hadn't considered. So thank you so much. Jennifer.
Hi. For me, it's just an interesting thought how the story of success can be essentially the story of crossing borders, crossing the border from being into a civil engineer into a poet, a successful poet able to do it full time, crossing the border from one social class to another. It's not a fully formed thought, but it's something that I picked up on, and it's a very it's like a visual for how finding home can sometimes mean crossing a border.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else? Okay, so I'm going to put 2 questions in the chat. What borders has Blanco navigated, and what strategies stood out because with every border, there is a strategy. Like I said, I'm always looking for, who am I dealing with? Which language am I using? It's a constant negotiation. And, and the borders he brings up extend beyond language. Like he said, he's a gay man. How is he negotiating that? He lives in Maine and he's a Cuban. How is he negotiating that? So it's all of these borders and negotiations, which I really would love for you to talk about. How many do we have in the chat, Sarah? 99?
Yes, 99.
I'm gonna drop you into breakout rooms. So there's a lot of us, but I don't want to have like a gazillion. So I'm gonna make just, I guess, groups of 10. You can talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna bring you back. It's 9:45 now at 10 so that we can then discuss as a group. I love hearing my repeat commenters, but I'd really like to hear more from the rest of you regarding what you think. So I am going to bear with me. I'm going to put you in the breakout rooms. I'm going to set up 10 of them, and I'm going to randomly assign you. I will repost the questions, but they're at the bottom of the chat. Shouldn't be hard to find. I just posted them. Okay, so assign automatically. It's going to move you into your rooms now. I will bring you back, as I said, around 10. I will repost the questions right now. Chat. Guys, be patient. I'm doing one thing at a time. You're not in a room yet. You will be in a room now. Why is it not doing this? Hold on. Participants. Okay, you're going to have to, it's coming up on your screen. You're going to have to join your room. So if you're still on here with me, you haven't clicked to join your room. Please go ahead and do so. Thank you. Bring you back at 9:15. Sorry, at 10 o'clock. Hi, Jason, go ahead and press the button to join your group, please. Vanya, Alicia, still see you on my screen. That means you're not in your group. I'm going to need you to join the group. If I can't see you, I'm assuming you're not here.
I sent you a message in the chat. I had an issue because I had two invitations come up and for two different rooms.
Just join whichever one you want.
No, but like when I tried to click on one, they both like disappeared. Then it brought me back here.
What room are you supposed to be in?
One of them said 5 and one of them said 6.
Okay, let me find you.
So, I mean, I'm not picky.
Okay, so I see you in 6. I'm just gonna move you to room 8 to see if it'll let you do it now.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, same thing. I couldn't join my group.
Okay,
And
what
my
group are
screen
you?
keeps flashing on and off. I was gonna try to rejoin, like to sign out and sign back in.
Okay, what group are you in, Grace?
I'm not in any group. It didn't let me join.
I know, but where are you supposed to be?
I had either 10 or 6.
Twice.
Okay.
We didn't see it. Because some of the another participant asking regarding the questions, I do not see the question. Please.
The questions are there. I just put it again.
You want me to step out of the room and ask her? Yes, you could do that. Okay.
Hi, Alicia. Your group, tell them that it's there 3 times. What border has Blanco navigated and which strategy stood out?
Yeah, Caridad, I think that this is Sarah. I think they don't see that in their room chats.
Okay, because we're having a debate on the question. We thought it was a Richard Blanco question, but another person is saying it's a student question. So do you guys know the question?
No. The question is, what borders has Blanco navigated and which strategies stood out? I'm going to broadcast to all the rooms.
Okay, thank you, because we didn't see it in the chat, and I know you posted it twice.
No worries, no worries.
Okay, I got to go back to my room, so I just leave you?
Yes, thank you.
But it's telling me to leave the meeting.
No, don't leave the meeting. Hold on.
How do I get back to? I'm in room 1.
Could you tell me if it broadcast? You're in room 1?
Yes, ma'am. I'll put it in the chat if it broadcasts.
Terry Baker.
Yes.
It says you're not joined. Do you see anything that tells you to join?
I was in room 1 and I had to go out in order to come ask the question because we had a debate on what the actual question was.
Okay, I'm going to send you now back to room 1.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
No worries.
Okay, you should be able to get in now.
Okay, thank you.
Terry, I'm going to send you to room 2, and then I'm going to, oh, there she is. She's in. Alicia, are you joined? Must be in another room. Okay. Helena, did you join the group? Helena, did you join a group?
I did join. I joined the group. But we could not the questions. I remembered one of the questions, so I, talked about it a little bit, but since nobody else in the group had actually seen the questions with their own eyes, they're not.
Here, so maybe you can take the questions that I just put in the chat. Oh, hold on, this is.
I couldn't get them from over there.
I'm going to give them to you right now.
Okay. I'll try again, but it was more crickets than anything else.
Well, you're dynamic, so I have trust and faith.
I'll try. Like I said, I'll try again.
Main chat.
Let's see.
There you go, and then I'll send you back.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
What group are you in?
I think it's number 9, maybe.
Okay. There you go.
Send me back to 9 also.
Yay!
Yeah, there you go. You should be able to get back in.
It's not giving me that option anywhere. Where do I get that option? Because before it came up on the screen that you should go join a group.
Yeah, right. Group 9. Helena. Okay, I'm putting you in group 1 for a minute, and then I'm gonna move you back to 9 now.
Okay.
The only way to get you back into the room. Okay.
Can I get back into 9 also, please?
Okay. Again, I'm going to move you into 1, and then I'm going to move you out to 9, okay? So say yes.
Yes.
No, on the computer.
Blanco had a self-awareness of loud and claimed the complexity of his life, despite his grandmother's homophobia. He confronted pain with grace and he did not say more about
Okay, so apparently there was issues with the question. There were issues with the question. That's okay, because if you talk about what you saw, you'll have plenty of context with which to answer. Please mute yourselves. We're getting that funky feedback. Thank you. Okay, so we're all back now. So let's talk about it. Go ahead and put your hands up, and I will call on you to the first question. And the second one, what borders has
Morning.
Blanco...
Okay. All right. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. What borders has Blanco navigated, and what strategies stood out? Alejandro.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
We mentioned some borders like his Cuban American ethnicity. The other one, like he
How is the
moved
Cuban American ethnicity a border?
because he needed to. Well, we didn't talk specifically about that. Can I give you the list first?
Sure. I mean, but you
Sorry.
should be able to answer, right?
Sorry.
You should be able to answer. It's like that's the thing. This is just conversational, so
Oh, yeah.
don't worry about it being like, oh, the assignment. There are no wrong answers. It's just a
Thank you.
conversation.
Because you come to another part of the world where there are other things that you're not familiar with, and you need to learn how to live, how to make yourself understood, how not to offend when you say something, especially if Spanish is your language, being so many different Spanish speaking not ethnicity, countries, cultures, that in one they received it like as an offense, and the other they don't have a clue what you were talking about. I was born in Chile and I needed to lose all my Chilenismos because nobody was going to understand anything, or I would offend many people. From that perspective, I think you need to accommodate to the place as a means of eventually have a belonging uh, understanding of who you are. The other one I got was when he moved from being an engineer that he studied and worked for a lot of time, then to abandon that and move to being a full-time poet. They're like maybe words that they don't go together. And being able to express himself. And the other one, his sexuality, that being born in Cuban, American Cuban ethnicity or culture. And I think he mentioned that his grandma was the one who took care of him. And when he came out of age and he started to express his sexuality, he felt a rejection and he couldn't understand his own feelings, perception of who he was at the moment with the home that he calls the safe place where he grew up. Maybe those are the borders that he mentioned. Many of the people that were in my group, we talk about some of the strategies was his poetry, his way of writing, because he discovered a means of like, let me take out of myself at least to a sheet of paper and put there and alleviate this burden that I don't know how to communicate with other people, like storytelling. And while he was able to communicate via poems or storytelling, when others were able to read or heard, another aspect that we found was a sense of community, because he was able and he was brave to express that. And maybe during those years, maybe it was the 70s, we don't know particularly, there
No,
were people.
no, it was he was born in 1968. So he was growing up in, the 70s and 80s.
And 80s.
Yeah.
That was more like a taboo. You didn't talk publicly, and not even in a Cuban family, which has very strict moral, or during that time, standards. But through his writing, we understood that he was able to find other people that related to him, that were able to maybe identify or understand him.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely. And I love how you pick up the fact that his poetry becomes a way to shatter the boundaries and to connect with people.
Mm-hmm.
And because, you kind of disarm it, right?
Yeah.
What's so scary, one line can connect to that. I remember reading The Kite Runner, which was about the civil war in Afghanistan. And what did that have to do with me? And it turns out it had everything to do with me, because it was the story of exile.
Oh.
And it was a story of one day to night having to leave what you knew and starting over somewhere else, where the food and the language and the smells and the everything was different. Everything was different. And so I was able to connect with this culture that seemed so far from me, that seemed so disparate from me. And that was because of a book, because of story, because it wasn't about what separated us. It was about what I recognized. And so that becomes, I think, it's why I do this job, guys. I mean, so much of literature makes, our students go, wow, I never thought of it that way. Or they see themselves represented, not even in their own culture, but in others, in this idea of universality and humanity that is so vital, especially today, to incorporate into our lessons and to remind us that there's so much that binds us. So thank you so much, Alejandro, and to your group, because I think what you've said is very powerful and very true. Thank you. Vivian?
I think Alejandro kind of summed up pretty much almost everything we discussed, but he did a great job. So I can just add, I guess his borders, Richard's borders, I'm not familiar with his, biographical, like his background, like, other than today, right?
He says he was made in Cuba, assembled in Cuba, born in Spain, and came to America. So he's like, I love that story because he belongs nowhere, and as such belongs everywhere. Because that's the other thing.
He's like an amalgam.
Right, an amalgam, exactly.
But the three things that I think like the borders, when I kind of had to sort of like to think, okay, what were they? So socioeconomic, he talked about, the limitations there. The fact that he pursued the civil engineer, so there was professional border. And then there was this being homosexual. So that whole thing about being gay was not accepted in his culture, or at least for the person that mattered to him. Probably one of the most important people. His grandmother raised him. So those were borders that he crossed over. How did he do it? He must have been a writer. That's why I don't know his background, but he must have been someone. He didn't just turn into a poet overnight. So he must have been writing and expressing himself in some kind of, probably writing his own poems and his own things, like a lot of us did when we were younger. And he was expressing his frustrations of, who am I? Who am I? What is my identity? Where do I fit in? Do I fit in? Can I be accepted? Do I need to be? Yes, civil engineering is great. It's something that, but is it really what I love? Is it my passion? Is that what I really want to do with my life? So he crossed over these borders. He just liberated himself and freed himself, probably through writing. So he identified his probably, what is it that's keeping me from being happy? And what do I have to do about it? So social economic, he moved out of his, by becoming a writer and a talented writer, he crossed over there into a new world there, and a new social economic world too, of different kinds of people that he probably didn't, maybe possibly didn't relate to before. He crossed over from civil engineer to poet. So he moved out of that. My dad was a civil engineer, so I know how they are and how they think, and everything's very structured. It's mathematical, it's black or white. It's like it's that kind of thinking, mathematical thinking. It's absolute. Moving from that to more open-ended into poetry. It's a totally, they're like on the polar,
I love that you're saying this because
you know.
we assume that when we cross a border, we have to leave the border we just crossed. We have to leave the land we just crossed. So if in conversation with Richard, he's still very much an engineer.
Oh,
And
yeah, because he was probably the training.
and he's very structured and he's very organized. And that's an idea that I really want to impart too, because we are so often teaching to the state, to the test, to the standard, to the competency. When we do anything creative, which, to use your terminology, more open-ended, if you will, we assume it's like, "Ooh, do your thing, whatever word is a poem." That's not true. There is great organization and structure and planning and outline to a poem.
Yeah, I didn't mean it that way
When
because
you
there
write
is
in form,
structure.
right? When you write in form,
Yeah,
it's very mathematical. Like for me,
yeah, that's
Math and I
true.
aren't friends unless it's the mall or the casino. So we don't make friends, which is why I'm not as quick to write in form, because the way I look at it, if I'm counting out syllables, it becomes more mathematical. I make it about music because I am a musician, and music is just math, in a slightly different altered space, right? So this idea of like one or the other is incongruent to the whole enterprise. Everything has a little bit to do with the other. So Richard's skills as an engineer very much crossed over into his new home as poet, and his work as a poet informed his engineering practice, because and as you said, it seems so disparate, but it's also about the individual, right? And for Richard, he was able to make friends with both sides of his brain, which I think feeds into this idea of like crossing the border. You don't have to leave it behind. You may not be there, but you carry what you want of the place that you left with you, right? I mean, at least I think of it that way. This backpack of context from
No,
wherever we are.
absolutely. No, I agree with you there. I probably didn't express it correctly.
No, you're right. I'm just thinking
No, it's just that my father was an engineer, so I could see that because it's so mathematical, and I can see, of course, you have the structure and poetry and the meter and the rhyme and all that whole mathematical thing, just like you do in music, because you do have that in music as well. It's just that as a profession, it is a more, I would look at it as, I'm not going to say that being an engineer is not creative, because my dad was very creative.
They're building cities,
so it's,
right?
you know what I mean? But it's a different experience, I guess, when you're in that world of writing, let's say, and creating writing, structured writing. It's a different world than probably the way I look at it, maybe from my experience at home of engineering, of the engineering, which is having to do with, depending on what kind of engineer you are too, but engineering as a whole, whether you're a mechanical engineer or a civil engineer or the people that do the, what do you call, the mechanical engineer, the engineering is, it's a different, I guess, profession, you know, it's a different way of functioning, I guess, than if you are
Vivian, I'm
commu-
going to cut you
writing.
off to move on to the next
Yeah,
person.
that's
But
pretty
yes,
much,
gotcha,
thank you.
gotcha. Thank you. Nancy, haven't seen your hand up yet. Hi. Otto, you're next. Nancy Valdez?
Yes, sorry, my administrator just walked in.
No worries.
You know, I got to work with them.
I hear you. You want me to come back to you?
Come back to me.
Okay. Otto, you're up.
Hi, our group, just first a process question. We also answered some questions like what skills do our students need to negotiate borders? Was that, were we doing it correctly or was that?
I love when you move beyond the lesson plan, so do it.
Okay. I wasn't sure because I couldn't see the question. So, so some of my, so one of my colleagues, Ms. De Armas, talked about how writing is everywhere, talks to her students about how writing is everywhere because they just have trouble negotiating, getting into writing, crossing that threshold, if you will. And Ms. Alites shared to help the students cross into writing, talked about critical thinking and having something to write about. And then Grace and I talked about borders between cultures and in our history. So, for example, both of us have roots in Northwest Spain in addition to being Cuban. And in my summer trip to celebrate my son's graduation, I mentioned before, we went to someplace that actually had connections to Galicia and Northwest Spain. I found that in Ireland, I found a lot of similarities, not only superficial things like Ireland, Scotland, Galicia, they have bagpipes and they roll their R's, but also they're communities that are colonized. And so there was a lot of sense of community. You know, I was just overwhelmed by how helpful people were. So we also talked about, and you know, when I went there, that was one thing I was curious about, finding out if there were commonalities. So just, I guess, a strategy to deal with borders is to actually go and travel and meet with people, and you often find that there are things that are more similar than others. Finally, a science connection that popped into my head. In ecosystems, borders are the most productive. So like the borderline here at Mass Academy between the ocean and the disturbed area around the road, that's where you find the most birds, for example, because it produces, there's more variety of food. And just like, and it's very similar with negotiating borders with people that research on cooperative learning shows that diverse groups are more effective than homogenous groups because it challenges us to look at other people's perspectives. So there's actually something between about borders and productivity and effectiveness that was popped into my head as well. So those are the things we talked about.
I love that. I love that science connection, which goes back to what Vivian was saying. There's always in our own disciplines, we can always find the fertile ground to enhance this particular lesson. So thank you so much, Otto. I love that.
Welcome.
Anybody else before actually moving perfectly? Tanaya, my identity is sixth generation Bahamian, but I broke the chain when I moved to Miami 30 plus years ago. Tanaya, you want to tell your story instead of me reading it for you? Oh, don't. Okay. So I'll read it for her. My identity is sixth generation Bahamian, but I broke the chain when I moved to Miami 30 plus years ago. Before me, my great grandfather was here to work on the project that brought many Bahamians to South Florida in particular. I wrote a poem about the building of Vizcaya. Vizcaya would not be here were it not for those Bahamians who came to South Florida to build it. So thank you. And we never talk about that. And I wrote a poem about I went to Vizcaya and I thought, what am I going to write about? Quinceañeras and brides? I have no interest in that. So I started a deep dive into who actually built it, and that's where the good stuff was. So thank you. Funny enough, my husband is the grandson of Bahamian who played in the Negro Leagues and fought in World War II. And Hubs is Miami born and bred. We're both Black and have two children who are clued into their Bahamian and Black American roots. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing. Natalie Stevenson, your hand is up. Hi, again.
Sorry, I had a minute technical
No
difficulty.
worries.
Okay, so I was just, I was just thinking about the original question about how Mr. Blanco navigated borders and or ongoing discussion about borders and all this rich stuff people have added to that. And, I just really think that that's the value that there's so much value in teaching students the positive aspects of having borders and the importance of it, that at the edge of the border you can learn so much and you can still stay within your own country, if you will. You can still stay within the borders. You can still respect, like in my case, my Jamaican food, my rice and peas, my ackee and saltfish, my all that stuff, right? But then I can also be like, okay, let me try some griot. Okay, let me try some, arroz con pollo. Let me try all these other things, and let me I just there's just we or I think a lot of our kids are missing that ability to kind of like look at the positives of staying within their own culture, and yet even American culture. Like my students are mainly Haitian American, um and I sometimes, like, even if I say, okay, I really love your last name, I pronounce their last name, and they're like, don't say my last name, don't say it the French way. I'm like, why? It's beautiful, like, and so it's like that interplay between what's inside of the borders and what's outside of the borders. And if we can, like, learn from Mr. Blanco and others, what are some best practices to deal with life at the border, if you will, because I think many of us, that's where we live. We live right there, between our own inner selves and culture and the culture at large, even the American culture itself, so yeah, that's it.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you, Natalie. So nice.
Caridad, if I may interject for a moment,
Sure.
I would love it if Nick, who was in my group, would unmute and talk a little bit about a border that he talked about, very different from what anybody's talking about. Borders that the school system places on kids in terms of categories of where you are academically, and how that needs to, he finds that he is going to have to sort of navigate those borders to make those kids feel comfortable. I would love it if Nick could talk for a moment about that, because he did express that so well in our group.
Nick, you're up. And then Jennifer, you're next.
Sure. No, I was just saying how at the beginning of each school year, we have kids who are ESOL kids or gifted kids or honors kids. And, like day one, you're trying to foster connection, but then you're saying, you guys are in this bucket, you guys are in that. It's tricky to call it out or not call it out, and how that becomes part of identity, which is something they probably deal with every year. So it's definitely on my mind this time of year in terms of identity and how you're categorized and whether that defines you or not, or if you have feelings about it. I try and be subtle about it, but we also have to kind of work with it. It's part of life, and I'm sure they deal with it every year. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And I don't think we talk about that enough, and how we create our own borders within the borders of our classroom. And it can be a safe thing. Like, I teach dual enrollment, so we always say, what happens in dual enrollment stays in dual enrollment, because we're studying literature, and sometimes these big truths come out and very intimate moments in each particular class. So that can be a mode of, like, security that keeps coming up with this notion of home. But Nick, I'm with you. It's, one of the hardest moments for me in the beginning of the year, kind of sometimes the requirements of dual enrollment aren't matched with the students that get put in my class. And a few years ago, I had a student, ESC student, placed in my class, he um w- uh, he was definitely thriving in the class, but he didn't have the GPA to be in there. And I didn't know how to tell him he couldn't be in my class anymore. And he said to me, "Oh God, why won't they just let me learn?" And I never forgot that. And it's the border that you mentioned. And he was taken out of my class, but we continue to communicate with each other to this day. He reaches out to tell me what he's doing in his classes. So you are the one who breaks down those borders, all this to say. And your concern about it and the fact that you articulated it lets me know that those borders will become very fluid in your class and that you will be able to provide them with the sort of support that will make them almost invisible. So thank you so much for your big heart and for what I'm sure you bring to the classroom every single day. Jennifer, you're up.
I really wanted to touch on what Natalie said, which actually does also connect to what Nick was talking about her student who was like, "Don't say it the French way." I feel like when you're in between these two borders, somebody who's in between these two borders of like, another culture and the American culture, I can relate to that really hard because me and my friends, we would always I realized like it's a whole story. We lived in New York together for 6 years, like six of us in a three-bedroom apartment. And we realized we kept commenting on each other, being like, "Oh, that's so Cuban of you," or that's so Latina, that's so, and it actually we weren't doing it. We were doing it with a very negative connotation. Um, and we realized, wait, why are we talking about it like this? And we had teachers that would build the border in our classrooms. I had a drama teacher who I remember we'd go to competition and like he would scoff at like the plays that like there's a Latin play that everybody would do that people would do in the Heights, and he would scoff about that, even though he was also Latino. He was half Cuban because it wasn't, I guess, considered to him high art. And I think we can start by in the classroom crossing those borders or eliminating those borders by giving equal respect to not only their culture but the art that their culture makes, the not only the food but the perspective that comes from specifically their culture. Because I didn't know to be proud of my heritage and my background until I moved away from here because I was so surrounded by it. And there's such a severe need to acclimate, even in this like weird Hialeah way that people do, that you're putting down your own culture in a lot of ways by accident or without even realizing it, rather. And then you move out of here and you're like, wait, I can't relate actually. And there's so much shame that like we put our into our own cultures. And like we can start in the classroom giving equal validity to whatever to their
Sixth grade.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I think we probably all do that. Like the Cubanness of, my experience, if I'm like super loud or there's some things that just come out in Spanish, my wife will be like, "You're so Cuban." And depending on how she says it, it's a positive or a negative. So I'm just gonna, in the end, it's just me. And that idea too, we can't, going back to like what Vivian was saying about Richard, being the engineer and the poet and how her dad was an engineer. But her dad is her dad, and Richard is Richard, and I'm me. We all carry with us our particular idiosyncrasies that are influenced by culture, but sometimes are a complete negation of that culture. Or like, for music to me is very symbolic. And I was speaking yesterday with a colleague of mine, and I went to a bar mitzvah, and I was weeping the entire bar mitzvah. I have no idea what they were singing. I have no idea. But it struck a gong in me. It was something so now, was I Jewish in a past life? maybe, probably, I don't know, the way I was crying. But that to me just made my existence a little bit bigger and a little bit more accepting because it's a whole new level. Again, I'm going to keep using this word, connecting, community, because we're very disparate with our technology. We're very solitary. There's just a lot going on to keep us very alone. And I'm always looking for ways where I can connect with people. So yes, Jennifer, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Okay, I'm gonna move on. I'm sorry I couldn't get to the rest of you, but we're going to go into another segment now. Back to the website, back to Mr. Blanco. Let me share my screen. Where am I, Carrie? Hold on one second. All right. So this one, and again, I told you I love this website. This is a complete lesson. You can even share it to your Google Classroom. You cite the resource, save it, print it, adapt it. It gives you the theme here. So what we're going to do is first we're going to listen to the poem. Then we're going to come back and look at it because here it is for you. And then I'm going to put you, there's going to be an assignment that you're going to work with in your group. So make sure you have it before you go into the groups. And then from there, we go to lunch. So with no further ado, okay.
This poem originated through a collaborative project with photographer Jacob Hessler on the theme of boundaries. The book is called Boundaries. And this particular photo is of the Rio Grande, or the Rio Grande, where it forms the border between the United States and Mexico. And I really started thinking about how a border is also a place where people meet, and also the absurdity of artificial borders, the sense that, you know, you cross one line and you're in a different country, when in reality, that part of our country really shares hundreds and hundreds of years of history. And I thought the best way to talk to this issue was to talk in the voice of the river, and in a sense, talk to also to all of humanity and our need to create artificial borders for control and power and wealth. So here we go. Complaint of El Rio Grande. I was meant for all things to meet, to make the clouds pause in the mirror of my waters, to be home to fallen rain that finds its way to me, to turn eons of loveless rock into love-sick pebbles and carry them as humble gifts back to the sea, which brings life back to me. I felt the sun flare, praised each star flocked about the moon long before you did. I've breathed air you'll never breathe. Listened to songbirds before you could speak their names, before you dug your oars in me, before you created the gods that created you. Then countries, your invention, maps jigsawing the world into colored shapes, caged in bold lines to say you're here, not there, you're this, not that, to say yellow isn't red, red isn't black, black is not white, to say mine, not ours, to say war, and believe life's worth is relative. You named me, Big River, drew me, blue, thick to divide, to say spick and Yankee, to say wetback and gringo. You split me in two, half of me us, the rest them, but I wasn't meant to drown children. Hear mother's cries, never meant to be your geography, a line, a border, a murderer. I was meant for all things to meet. The mirrored clouds and sun's tingle, bird songs and the quiet moon, the wind and its dust, the rush of mountain rain and us. Blood that runs in you is water flowing in me. Both life. The truth we know, we know. Be one in one another.
So this would be a poem that you would share. I mean, a question you would share.
Every poem has sort of a unique genesis in one way or another. This poem in particular, what was difficult was I'm Cuban, I'm not Mexican, so it was also part of like, how can I speak to this social political issue respectfully? I decided that using a persona poem and speaking the voice of the river sort of took me out of the poem. The river sort of represents the cosmos, right? It's the voice of sort of God speaking to humanity. And so I felt that was the most respectful way to do that.
Okay, so take a minute.
This poem originated through a collaborative project with
And looking at the river, I mean, at the poem textually, the website does a great job in defining words that our students may not be familiar with. And a lot of us do teach students that English is their second language. So, you know, the eons, and then talking about flares, the kind of flare from sun. So I'm thinking the science teachers would like love this. And I won't go through each one, but you know, the idea of being flocked and what that means. And these are little individual conversations that can take place through the guise of vocabulary, but that also build context and build an individual word bank for each of our students. What I would like you to do right now, I'm going to download I'm going to give you the link onto the chat right now. And I'd like each one of you to download it or put it up on your screen because you will be working with this document with your groups. And I'm going to wait until you all have it so that any of you don't have it or can't get in, we can deal with that now. So please take a minute. The link is there. It's a Google Doc that you will see. And that is going to lead you to this page. Which again, you can use with your students. And it's going to, we're going to go over it in a minute. I'm just making sure everybody is downloading it. Okay, so for the sake of your discussion, your group is going to take one of the following roles. Architect, everyone in your group are, you know, representatives of your group because there's going to be more than the 4 that are mentioned here. The architect, the group will be responsible for exploring the design of the poem. Do you want to do it all architects or do you want to do it each one grabs a role? It doesn't matter to me. I want to make it easier for you. So we can either have groups divided by role, which would be going back to that. Hold on 1 second. Which would be the architect, detective, psychologist, or philosopher. And we can have different groups for each, or each group will have one of each. So those who speak up get to choose. Those who don't vote don't decide. So
can I be a detective?
Can you give each group assign each group one section?
Okay, perfect. So then I'm gonna break you up into random groups and you guys decide by group who's gonna do what. And let me go back and just go over that really quickly so that we can see what we're doing. So
Caridad, can you please
Are we
put
staying
the
in the
poem
same
so that I can print the poem, please?
Do we stay in the same groups?
Wait. I can't hear all of you at a time. So the groups are going to be architect, detective, psychologist, and philosopher. No, you will not stay in the same groups because I just grouped you randomly, and it's going to do that for us. So it's going to be a whole new group of people, which is fantastic because you'll get to meet all new people. So in each group, let me explain this again, and I will throw the poem up right now. Each group will assign one of each of them, the architect, the detective.
I thought you were giving each group one, like this group is gonna be architect, this, so you want us to do each one, okay.
Yes. Yeah, because then people are going to want to be a certain kind, and that's just going to get too complicated. By the time I assign them all, it's going to be lunchtime, and that's going to defeat the purpose. But let me put... If I am putting in the chat the actual page so that you can have a copy of the poem. So that is beneath the other one. Complaint of El Rio Grande. It is right there in the chat. And again, each group will choose the representative of architect. And again, the instructions are there. That's part of the assignment. You guys unpacking the instructions. Detective, psychologist, and philosopher. So there need to be 4 people in your group who are going to be able to do this and speak to it. Okay? So again, it's all there for you in the instructions, but you're going to choose 4 people of your group to be, 1 will be the architect, 1 will be the detective, 3 the psychologist, and 4 the philosopher. So you're going to talk a little bit about all of this. It's not going to be super in depth. I just want you to get an overview of what this assignment would look like when you are disseminating it in your classroom. Okay? So I'm going to put you into groups. Does everybody don't see the poem? When I click it, if you scroll down, you will see the poem beneath Blanco's face. So it is here. I'm going to paste it again for you, Emily. Facing history, if you click that I just did, the link is working. It'll take you to the entire Rio Grande section. If you scroll down past the video portion, you will see the poem in its entirety. Are we ready to go? Get put into groups? Anybody still need any of the resources? Okay, please make sure that you go into the group. I can see those of you who don't. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Oh, you are all in the same groups. It saved it. Fantastic. Okay, I'm opening all rooms now. I will bring you back. Let me check my own plan. I will bring you back at 11:15. Please look on your screen and accept going into the room. Alicia, are you having trouble getting into your room? You are, because are you in two? I can't hear you. What room are you in? Okay, so we're coming back slowly. I'm going to give everybody a few seconds to get in here. Okay, everyone. So what I'd like to do is have representatives. I'm going to call out like the different roles that we had, and then have those particular representatives speak to like what you guys talked about in your group and such. So let me hear from the architects out there. Let me see an architect tell me, look at how the poem is arranged on the page. What did you notice about the construction of the poem? Consider the stanzas, the turns, punctuation, and grouping of words. So if you're doing this in class, you're going to have a little mini poetry lesson because you're going to talk about the stanzas. You're going to talk about turns, also known as voltas, which is my opportunity to explain how much of our English language comes from another language, because volta is Latin, which is where we get vuelta. So when we were talking about language and borders, I love to throw down how English is just a hodgepodge. It's almost like an immigrant language, because there's a little bit of German, a little bit of Latin, there's a little bit of French, there's a little bit of Spanish. So despite its supposed superiority, it's still just a mutt like most of us. So there are my 2 cents about that. So let me hear from some architects and also how the construction of the poem contributes to the ideas within the poem.
May I?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So throughout the construction of his poem, he mentions the traditional ideas about borders, as well as bringing a challenge to them. With the way that they are arranged, there's a shift beginning in the 3rd stanza where the first 2 are mentioning the river's natural flow, and then he begins to shift it where there are now man-made divisions and borders placed upon it. And I found that interesting.
And it's also the midpoint of the poem. So like, correct, it shifts, it turns, because it goes from like this description and this almost like bucolic, beautiful description and the songbirds and the lovesick and the pebbles, and then it starts to get serious. So great.
If I can add to that, so obviously the poem is from the perspective of the river. So at the beginning, he's telling everyone, this was my purpose. My purpose was to bring everybody together, to have the sun and the stars, everything meet at once. And now man comes along and you change everything. You divide me up, you make me into this middle thing, you make me into a murderer, things to that nature. So again, he started off giving its purpose, then complaining to man what you did to me, and then reminding man again, this was my purpose. Again, that's what I saw in the last.
No, absolutely. And there is no real concrete form. This is written in free verse. And so but if you in each stanza, there's 7. And so my symbolic poetic brain automatically goes to the 7 deadly sins, which is kind of what happens in that 3rd stanza, where the turn is that all of a sudden, as was mentioned, man gets incorporated into this. And then we get, after that 3rd stanza, we start to get what those divisions look like, right? The hateful language, the spick, the wetback, the Yankee, the gringo. It's, you are defining me, telling me who I am, and you don't even know me. Right. That's a piece from the poem. That's right.
Which, I'm sorry, which changed the identity of the river in the first place.
Right. Yeah, because like she said, the River's supposed to be a river. It's supposed to flow, period, right? But the human beings who have now turned this river into this symbol of, as mentioned in the poem, of death, of loss, of lies, of just so much that was never intended for.
Uh, 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 um, on regards to the construction, when we heard the video and him saying the poem, the last stanza has the same beginning of the first one, like creating like a type of, I don't know if this is the word, cyclical
Yes, absolutely.
structure,
We call that
because
full
it
circle,
brings
right?
back the idea of what was his original purpose as a river, and then closes with the last stanza, the last portion, bringing unity to the two, between the river and the listener, the humans.
So let me
That
ask you, this. Has the river's role really changed? Or is it how we are presented?
No, it has not.
Yeah, it's still the
It's
same.
our interpretation
Correct.
of
So
him.
by bringing
And
it
I
back,
assign him humanity to him
right, by
instead of
bringing it
it.
back to the river to where we began, it gives us idea, as you mentioned, a full circle. And everything really is a circle. Everything begets onto the other. So yeah,
And
that's a
he ends, I'm sorry, with a new idea of we are the same.
yeah.
The truth we know, be one in one another. At the end, we're the same.
Yeah, of course. That's ultimately right. Thank you, Alejandro. Krista.
Hi, I don't know if my camera's working, but hopefully you guys can hear me. So one of the things that I noted about the architecture of this poem is the free flow, how you mentioned, which is supposed to mirror the river, and then the lack of punctuation so that one line flows into the next line, just like a river would flow. So I saw a lot of the mirroring between those two for sure.
So the enjambment, the way the line kind of carries over into the next line.
Right. Until human intervention, right? When
Right,
humans
that's
intervene,
right.
it changes the whole
And the
context.
flow,
And just like
right.
adding a comma in a sentence can change, the entire context of what that sentence means. It's the same thing as the river, for sure.
That's correct. Great. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now to the next one, which was the detective. Who would like to say something about that? And they were responsible for inspecting specific details in the poem, which group one did, but this also shows how each of these roles, they're borders, right? But we still cross over because the ideas are inherent in so many of the groups. So specific details and unlocking the mystery of the poem's big ideas. Emily Coates, hi.
Hey. Yeah, so basically, it shows how the river connects to all aspects of nature, and then how this connection and how these aspects of nature depend on the river. And then the river depends on that connection for its ultimate purpose, right? Is to again the last line. I'm sorry, the first line of the first stanza and the first line of the last stanza repeating, I was meant for all things to meet, all things human, all things in nature, all things. So then to the second part of that question and the second part of that job or that title, that role, right, is that the separations, right, are showing that the river is displeased with humans intervention or interaction, right? Or use rather of to repurpose the river, right? And then here the quote, before you dug your oars in me, right? And that just creates that imagery, like visualizing, right? That oar digging into kind of like stabbing and physically brutalizing the river because of man's corruption.
Excellent. Thank you, Emily. I might say this wrong. Cayenne?
The second part, Cayenne.
Cayenne. All right.
Hi.
Hi.
In piggyback on what was it, Emily just said, where he used the river to show a natural space of connecting. But then the human part of us, what we did is turned it into a symbol of complete separation. right? So we did the division. There's a part where he spoke about it was meant for all things to me, da 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 da, where he was connecting cultures, connecting lives, and everything as a unifying role. But then that unifying role became a sense of division from the human aspect of it.
Yeah, perfect. Great. Okay, really quickly, Erin, and then I'm going to move on so we can get a representative from each. Thank you so much to everyone who's participating. Erin Cooper.
Hello.
Hi.
I'll just say when we look at in the first stanza, we look at the clouds. We know that they're the origin of rain. Rainwater then runs into the sea and eventually ends up back in the clouds. So here we see a coexistence and cooperation between each entity, which we know to be the water cycle. We also look at the connection between the stars. So he talked about the sun, the moon, and how those things also lived in harmony with the earth's waters. Um, and we look at the second part. Here we see the river speaking to us humans as we use the water to separate us from each other. When we look at creation, all the things of nature existed before mankind did, but yet we try to use these things to create division amongst ourselves. And so the sky and sea were separate, but they worked in unity. But here we use those of us on the same plane, culturally and even ethnically, we try to find more and more ways to be divided using water.
Oh, beautiful. Yes, absolutely. I love the connection back to the clouds and the water cycle. I love that. Thank you so much.
I like this type of connection that Eric said, but I want to add to.
Anya, I'm so sorry. I gotta move on to the psychologists.
Okay.
Sorry. Write it in the chat. Write it in the chat.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, my psychologist, where you at? Dr. Vivian Leon. Yes, go.
You can call me Viv. Viv. So, I love this poem. It's beautiful. So what I took from this, I'm only going to do the first question. So there's two of them. So the one I'm doing is reread the third stanza and how might the references to colors and lines relate to the poem's ideas about human behavior and conflict, and how do you know? So I looked at the colors. So because colors and lines are basically shorthand, or let's say symbolic, for division or artificial types of restrictions or boundaries because of the deal with the border, because that's what it's inspired for. The title of the poem, Complaint of El Rio Grande. So the Mexican, right, border business. This is where he's coming from. And so he's using colors to evoke nationalities, national identities, flags, political stuff, political divisions, symbolism. Basically signaling that idea that you brought up before about us versus them. Us versus them. That separation, that's not natural. Because there's an extended metaphor here of the river, personifying itself as God, but also unity. One, there's no division of color in the river. The river has many colors, but it's not separated. But so this is artificial man-made stuff. It's not a natural thing.
And even if we look at this figuratively, water is always symbolic for freedom, for clarity, for
unity,
for
it's
movement,
one
yeah.
big.
So in and of itself, they're defying like the very definition of the river,
Yeah,
symbolic.
flowing
Yeah.
versus being restricted. And I asked at the end when we were leaving about this thing that he says, where he says, "You named me Big River and you drew me blue." Is this whole thing about I'm one big thing. I'm not meant to be this division.
One color, right? Correct. You drew me blue, like this one blue, but I'm not blue. And anybody who's
and
ever
I'm
been
not
to
a
the river,
compartment either. And I'm not a.
and if you cup water from the river in your hands, it's clear. There's no color.
And it
I'm
flows.
gonna jump to Kimberly. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, thanks.
Hello. So I also had the first question, and my response was in reference to color and line. The reference to color and lines relate to human behavior and conflict because it talks about the division that was never meant to be. How humans differ or separate everything. A river, like you all said, a river is free flowing and all inclusive. And as far as the colors, as Dr. Leon said, it separated it, like the world to continents, to countries, to states, to districts, to neighborhoods. Indians were not Americans, black are not whites, war and peace. So that's where how I understood it to be.
Thank you so much. You're right. Okay, I'm going to move on to the philosopher. One philosopher comment. Thank you, Kimberly. That's right.
Can I jump in?
Of course.
Philosopher?
Go,
All right,
go.
so real quick, so how we view borders, Patricia, I believe in our group also brought up this concept about how childish it was of us to create these borders. Like mankind created something, and the first part of the poem, or the second stanza, let me go back, really talks about how the first and second talk about how like young we are compared to the land. Like I've been here for eons. I have breathed air that you will never breathe. I breathed. I've done all of these things before you even existed, before you named the God that created you. I was here before all of that. And you and your minimal wisdom have decided to use me to create like this divide. And then one of my favorite lines is here in the idea of like, I've taken all this loveless rock, this big thing that exists, and I've turned them into little examples of love, like lovesick pebbles. So like the idea is that we're supposed to be connected. Like, yes, there's a mountain that is gonna divide, but like there's no clear line on a mountain that says this is where one country starts, this is where one stops. It kind of blends together. And that's what borders are supposed to do. They're supposed to be natural, and they're supposed to be where one meets. That's where the clouds meet the water, meet like it's supposed to be blended and natural, and not just there to create a divide, a you versus us versus me. And just thinking about this as a literature teacher, trying to put a couple things together just to throw these ideas out there, I would probably use that scene from Encanto where they're running away and it's in the river where she sees like the divide where she loses her family. And I would also use The Negro Speaks of Rivers by Langston Hughes. I would pair all three together to talk about the concept of rivers. Yep, that's it. That's all I got.
Oh, wow. Yeah, absolutely. And I extend that. I just read James, that won the Pulitzer, which is a retelling of Huck Finn. And the river is so prominent and echoing what you just said. So thank you. Okay,
Can
guys.
I jump in on this? Can I add something to this?
Sure.
I thought that we were talking about the concept of how nature, how he's using the voice of the river to, describe that these artificial constructs that humanity has created on itself to divide each other is relevant in the poem. But in critique of that, it is nature itself that divided. We have 7 continents. We have Pangea was once all, one big landmass. And in essence, it's kind of negating or maybe, dehumanizing us in a sense, because what really does define us is our culture, and the poem sort of doesn't, it has this way of separating or excuse me, mixing politics and culture. Like, I don't know, it's kind of communist when I think about it now. Like the whole idea that, oh, look, we're all.
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. It's absolutely antithetical to what the poem is trying to say. It's not communist. It's about humanity. And Pangea happened, brother, but somebody named the continents. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't like the earth said, oh, look, I'm now South America. Oh, I'm now Europe. The landmass may have been there, but the borders and the claiming is very human. So sorry, the communist angle, don't think so. I would have to say prove it with the text. But with that, I'm going to send you guys to lunch. We ran over a little bit, so I'm going to give you to come back until 12:20, and then we're going to prepare questions for Mr. Blanco. So any questions that you may have from the actual poem, or any other questions, I'm going to ask you to have one so that in the time allotted, we can have actual discourse with him. And okay, that's all I got. I will see you at 12:20. Yeah, you can just turn off your cameras. You don't have to log off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So hi everyone, we're coming back now. I'm going to put you back into your breakout rooms so that each group can come up with one solid question for Mr. Blanco. It's 12:20. He will be joining us 12:30. So I'm going to bring you back. It's just a few minutes, not a big deal. I'll bring you back at about 12:27. So I'm going to put you back in your breakout rooms. And as was true last time, you'll find the invitation on your screen. Thanks so much, guys. Also, please go ahead and re-sign into the chat when you return, like we did this morning, your name and your employee number. We are looking at afternoon attendance, so please make sure that you've signed in. Thank you. And there's still a lot of you on my screen. Please accept your breakout invitations and go into your groups. Thank you.
I didn't get a breakout invitation. That's why I'm still sitting here.
I didn't get one either.
Where were you before?
5. I was in 5.
Group 3 for me.
Okay, Tracy, I'm going to send you to group 3.
Okay. Virginia, group 1.
And who was it that said 3? Was it you, Vanya?
Me, Jennifer.
Oh, Jennifer, 3. Got you. I'm going to send you right now.
Thank you.
I need to go to group 1.
Okay, got you.
Virginia, Washington, group 1.
Caroline, what group were you in? Okay, random groups then.
I was in group 4.
Who is it that's speaking, Fran?
Yes.
Fran, I don't see you as unassigned. I see you still in 4, just saying not joined.
Okay, let me check again.
Okay, thank you.
I also need an invite to the room.
Okay, Janelle?
Yep.
What room?
I don't know. It was the one with Mary.
Ay, imagínate, I'm just throwing you into a room. You'll make friends. Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Great shot, and I would hit it, and I would go like 40. I also don't remember what the room number was.
What's your name, sweetie?
Chelsea Shepard.
Okay, I found you under Zoom user. Okay.
And I also am waiting to be in a room. I was in room 5, but it never put me in a room now.
Grace,
Yes?
No, I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you. Okay, it shows you as being in group 5. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you an invitation to another room, and then I'm going to move you to 5.
Can you resend the invite for Fran for room 4? Because I don't see it.
Well, I can. I'd have to move you to another room and then have you move, but we're going to be back on in like a few minutes, so don't worry about it. Just come up with a question. Okay. If you're not in a room now, just go ahead and come up with a tentative question, because by the time I put you in and take you out again, we have to come back. So close the door for me, please. Bye, baby. Love you.
Hello?
Yes.
It said that it was going to automatically kick me out of my breakout room.
Yeah, we're coming back.
Oh, okay.
It was just very, don't worry about it.
It was quick.
Okay, so everybody's coming back. We're about to bring Richard Blanco back to the screen. I'm just waiting for a few more. Sarah, there's a bunch of people. Hold on. Okay, I think everybody's back now.
Oh,
okay,
we're back.
What happened?
No, nothing. Just make sure to put your name and ID number to get the afternoon attendance. Yes, please, Adam Pasternak. Yes, please redo it. And then other than that, we're waiting for, I think Emily was going to introduce Richard.
I am? Okay.
Oh no, I will.
Please do, Caridad.
Okay.
I would just like to wrap up at the end. I have a few things I'd like to tease at the end.
You got it. Okay, so now with no further ado, it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce Presidential Inaugural Poet Richard Blanco, the 5th person to share that title. I'm very proud of him, Miami's own, incredible person, incredible teacher, incredible poet, and we're all very fortunate that he's with us today. So Richard, it's all you.
Thank you. Thanks, Gotti, and thanks, Emily, for inviting me. And thank all of you for doing what you're doing and taking time out of your lives as teachers and as just human beings in the name of poetry. So I want to thank you on behalf of myself and of all poets everywhere. As we all know, it's poetry in the classroom, something poetry education, something I support and really believe in. So thank you for that. So on the theme of home, place, belonging, etc. As I always like to say in my readings, I think in some ways every poet is writing one poem all their life in some ways. This is, of course, figuratively. And what that means is that there's usually some big question that takes hold of a poet or some obsession. And in some ways, their entire body of work, in some ways, is grounded in that question and that obsession. For me, it comes down to one word. It's home, and all that big word calls into play into mind. Community, family, cultural identity, even sexuality, as I'll share with you today, is a kind of a question about home. And it's no wonder, as I like to say, it was made in Cuba, assembled in Spain, and imported to the United States, which meant my mom left Cuba 7 months pregnant. I was born in Madrid, and 45 days after my birth, we emigrated to the United States. So by the time I was 45 days old, it was kind of a foreshadowing. I belonged to three countries, to Cuba, Spain, and the United States, and yet belonged to none. I mean, obviously, I wasn't I wasn't thinking about this as a toddler, but it was already affecting me, right? I was already thinking about subconsciously maybe affecting me. And when I started writing, that wellspring just exploded, and that's because to this day, like I said, that's the question I'm trying to answer in my work, or at least explore. So I'll begin. I'm going to read for about 40 minutes or so, and then we'll open up to question and answer. This first poem is by request of Emily. And I really originally wrote this poem because I got tired of explaining to people what a Florida room is. It's like, no, it's not a den, it's not a library, it's not a lanai. It's too hot in Miami to have an outdoor lanai. So that was part of the reason. But as many of you in uh, here probably know, the Florida room was the center of a lot of family, and for me, almost so many memories of what that that happened in that room, and that sense of place and home, literal as well as figurative, that happened. And so I wrote this poem partly for that reason as well. El Florida, not a study or a den, but El Florida, as my mother called it, a pretty name for the room with the prettiest view of the lipstick red hibiscus puckered up against the windows, the tepid breeze laden with the brown sugar scent of loquats drifting in from the yard. Not a sunroom, but where the sun both rose and set. All days the shadows of banana trees fan dancing across the floor, and if it rained the loudest, like marbles plunking across the roof under constant threat of coconuts ready to fall from the sky. Not a sitting room, but El Florida, where I sat alone for hours with butterflies frozen on the polyester curtains and faces of Yadro figurines, sad angels, clowns, and princesses with eyes glazed blue and gray, gazing from behind the glass doors of the wall cabinet. Not a TV room, but where I watched Creature Feature as a boy, clinging to my brother, safe from vampires, in the same sofa where I fell in love with Clint Eastwood, and my abuelo watching westerns or pitying women crying in telenovelas with my abuela. Not a family room, but the room where my father twirled his hair while listening to 8 tracks of Elvis, read Nietzsche and Kant a few days before he died. Where my mother learned to dance alone as she swept, and I learned salsa pressed against my tia Julia's enormous breasts. At the edge of the city, in the company of crickets, beside the empty clothesline, telephone wires, and the moon, tonight, my life is an old friend, sitting with me, not in the living room, but in the light of El Florida, as quiet and necessary as any star shining above it. This next poem, not sure, this sort of a little bit of inside inside gossip or notes or whatnot, but the White House actually asked me to write 3 poems for their consideration. And obviously they picked the second one today, which is the one I read at the actual inauguration. This was the third poem. And for this poem, I turned to my mother's history, or my mother's life and as an exile, but in a different way. I had always written about my mom, but well, I should say first, my mom left her entire family behind in Cuba. That means her parents, her 8 brothers and sisters, every aunt and uncle, every niece and nephew, every living relative. And growing up, of course, we felt that longing, that sense of loss. Um, but in this poem, I never really thought about how my mother is in some ways, she's also, as I like to say, more of an American than I could ever be for that leap of faith and the belief in the ideals and promises of this country. So I kind of recast her story in that sense as and also sort of ask myself and ask all of us to step into my mother's emotional shoes in this poem and think, and this is something obviously in South Florida that we're probably very familiar with, this feeling of imagine packing up everything you have, 24 hours, then leave everything you have behind, and imagining what hopefully to step up and do what we need to do if we knew something like this was at stake. Mother country, or madre patria. To love a country as if you've lost one. 1968. My mother leaves Cuba for America, a scene I imagine as if standing in her place. One foot inside a plane destined for a country she knew only as a name, a color on a map, or glossy photos from drugstore magazines. Her other foot anchored to the platform of her patria, her hand clutched around one suitcase, taking only what she needs most. Hand-colored photographs of her family, her wedding veil, the doorknob of her house, a jar of dirt from her backyard, goodbye letters she won't open for years. The soulful drone of engines, one last deep breath of familiar air she'll take with her. One last glimpse at all she'd ever known. The palm trees wave goodbye as she steps onto the plane. The mountains shrink from her eyes as she lifts off into another life to love a country as if you've lost one. I hear her. Once upon a time, reading picture books over my shoulder at bedtime, both of us learning English, sounding out words as strange as the talking animals and fair-haired princes in their pages. I taste her I taste her first attempts at macaroni and cheese, but with chorizo and peppers, and her shame over Thanksgiving turkeys, always dry, but countered by her perfect pork pernil and garlic yuca. I smell the rain of those mornings, huddled as one under one umbrella, waiting for the bus to her 10-hour days at the cash register. And at night, the zzz, zzz of her sewing her own blouses, quinceañera dresses for her grown nieces still in Cuba, guessing at their sizes, and the gowns she sold to neighbors to save for a rusty white sedan, no hubcaps, no air conditioning, sweating all the way through our first vacation to Florida theme parks to love a country. As if you've lost one. As if it were you on a plane departing from America forever. Clouds closing like curtains on your country, the last scene in which you're a madman scribbling the names of your favorite flowers, trees, and birds you'd never see again. Your address and phone number you'd never use again. The color of your father's eyes and your mother's hair, terrified you could somehow, someday, forget these. To love a country. As if I was my mother last spring, hobbling, insisting I help her climb all the way up to the U.S. Capitol, as if she were here before you today instead of me, explaining her tears, her cheeks pink as the cherry blossoms coloring the air that day, when she stopped, turned to me, and said, "You know, mijo, it isn't where you're born that matters. It's where you choose to die. That's your country." So similar poem, but on the subject of my father's exile or immigration. And and it's just a little snippet of memory, something as a poem brings out something I remember him always doing. But it's also generally just a poem of gratitude. My father in English. First half of his life lived in Spanish, the long syntax of las montañas that lined his village, the rhyme of sol with his soul, a Cuban alma that swayed with las palmas, the sharp rhythm of his machete cutting through caña, the syllables of his canarios that sung into la brisa of his island home, which he left, to spell out the second half of his life in English in the vernacular of New York City sleet, neon, and glass, and the brick factory where he learned to polish steel 12 hours a day. Enough to save enough to buy a used Spanish-English dictionary he kept bedside like a Bible, studied 15 new words after his prayers each night, then practiced them on us the next day. Buenos dias. Indeed, my family. Indeed, más café. Have a good day today. Indeed. And again in the evening, Gracias to my bella wife, indeed, for dinner. ¿Hiciste tu homework? Indeed. La vida es indeed difícil. Indeed did indeed become his favorite word, which, like the rest of his new life, he never quite grasped, overused, and misused often to my embarrassment. Yet the word I most learned to love and know him through. Indeed, the exile who tried to master the language he chose to master him. Indeed, the husband who refused to say, I love you in English to my mother. Indeed, the man who died without true translation. Indeed, meaning in fact, en efecto, meaning in reality, de hecho, meaning to say now what I always meant to tell him in both languages. Thank you. Gracias. For surrendering the past tense of your life so that I might conjugate myself here in the present of this country. In truth, así es, indeed. So I thought I'd read a poem. This is from my second book um, that breaks away a little more from the from the sort of cultural identities, ideas of home and place. Um, at one point in my early 30s, when I was hadn't finally had some disposable income, I started traveling a lot, and but always still with that same question of, well, what is home, right? Or maybe my real home is Venice, or maybe it's I don't know, London or whatnot. And so I started realizing that I think that part emotionally, part of the reason we travel is to still that quest to find paradise, right? That ultimate home where as if we move to Brazil, our lives will be happy for the rest of our lives. And so this poem is having a little fun with that mindset. Uh, it borrows language from a brochure, so the really flat lines are not mine; they're from the brochure. Um, and I'll do my best at a Cuban Norwegian accent. We are not going to Malta because the winds are too strong, our captain announces, his voice like an oracle coming through the loudspeaker of every lounge and hall, as if the cruise ship itself were speaking. We're not going to Malta, an enchanting island country 50 miles from Sicily, according to the brochure of the tour we're not taking. But what if we did go to Malta? What if, as we are escorted on foot through the walled, silent city of media, the walls begin speaking to me? And after we stop a few minutes to admire the impressive architecture, I feel Malta could be the place for me. What if, as we stroll the bastions to admire the panoramic harbor and stunning countryside, I dream of buying a little Maltese farm, raising Maltese horses in the green Maltese hills? What if, after we see the cathedral in Mostar saved by a miracle, I believe that Malta itself is a miracle? And before I'm transported back to the pier with a complimentary beverage, I'm struck with Malta fever, discover I'm very Maltese indeed, and decide I must return to Malta, learn to speak Maltese with an English or Spanish accent, work as a Maltese professor of English at the University of Malta, and teach a course on the Maltese falcon. Or what if, when we stop at a factory to shop for famous Maltese wear, I discover that making Maltese crosses is my true passion? Yes, yes, I'd get a Maltese cat and a Maltese dog, make Maltese friends, drink malted milk, join the Knights of Malta, and be happy for the rest of my Maltesian life. But we're not going to Malta. Malta is drifting past us, or we are drifting past it, an amorphous hump of green and brown bobbing in the portholes with the horizon as the ship heaves over whitecaps wisping into rainbows for just a moment, then dissolving back into the sea. So obviously I never really found home in those travels. And I did live in Hartford for a while for work. I lived in Guatemala for a while for my husband's work. But eventually, I decided I had to return to Miami. As I said, I've run away from Miami twice and come back twice. I'm back again. This was the first time I came back, and I think I'd been gone like 7 or 8 years or something like that. And of course, I thought I was just going to plug and play, come back right into the Miami that I left, right? Not realizing that things changed, and that I had changed too. And so, to be fair, so this, was to take, the proverbial trips down memory lane of the places I used to hang out, places out of my childhood, as in this poem, and of course, feeling that disconnection, right? And so. One of those places was Marco Island. We used to go since I was a kid into my 20s, long before Marco Island had is what it is today. There's like just a few motels and whatnot, and and uh, and of course I felt that it had changed so much, that incredible disconnection. But I think I realized something else too. So this was, I think, the first time in my life that I lost a place, that I felt this real deep loss in the same ways that my parents used to talk about Cuba and everything they remember. And so Marco Island, in a sense, became my Cuba, granted not with the same tragedy and suffering or whatnot, but that sense of being displaced, of being sort of having your history erased. This is that poem. Looking for the Gulf Motel, Marco Island, Florida. There should be nothing here I don't remember. The Gulf Motel with mermaid lampposts and ship's wheel in the lobby should still be rising out of the sand like a cake decoration. My brother and I should still be pretending we don't know our parents, embarrassing us as they roll the luggage cart past the front desk, loaded with our scruffy suitcases, 2 dozen loads of Cuban bread, brown bags bulging with enough mangoes to last the entire week, our espresso pot, the pressure cooker, and a pork roast streaking garlic through the lobby. All because we can't afford to eat out, mijo. Not even on vacation. Only 2 hours from our home in Miami, but far enough away to be thrilled by the wider sands on the west coast of Florida, where I should still be, for the first time, watching the sun set instead of rise over the ocean. There should be nothing here I don't remember. My mother should still be in the kitchenette of the Gulf Motel, her daisy sandals from Kmart still squeaking across the linoleum, still gorgeous in her teal swimsuit and amber earrings, stirring a pot of arroz con pollo, adding sprinkles of onion powder and dollops of tomato sauce. My father should still be in a terrycloth jacket, smoking, clinking a glass of amber whiskey in the sunset at the Gulf Motel, watching us dive into the pool. 2 sons he'll never see grow into men who will be proud of him. There should be nothing here I don't remember. My brother and I should still be playing parcheesi. My father should still be alive, slow dancing with my mother on the sliding glass balcony of the Gulf Motel. No music, only the waves keeping time. A song only their minds hear 10,000 nights back to their life in Cuba. My mother's face should still be resting against his bare chest, like the moon resting on the sea. And the stars should still be turning around them. There should be nothing here I don't remember. My brother should still be 13, sneaking rum in the bathroom and sculpting naked women from sand. And I should still be 8 years old, dazzled by seashells and how many seconds I can hold my breath underwater. But I'm not. I'm 38, driving up Collier Boulevard, looking for the Gulf Motel, for everything that should still be, but isn't. I want to blame the condos, their shadows for ruining the beach and my past. I want to chase the snowbirds away with their tacky mansions and yachts. I want to turn the golf courses back into mangroves. I want to find the Gulf Motel exactly as it was and pretend for a moment nothing lost is lost. So, writing, of course, as well as reading, but writing also makes us discover something, right? And after finishing that poem, I realized there are other dimensions that started surfacing, and one is, do you think I really liked watching my parents dance on the balcony when I was like 8 or 10 years old? It's like, ugh. But in some ways, it's the cliche of you don't know what you have till you lose it. So if I would have actually, if the Gulf Motel would have been there, I would have been, ugh, remember that place we used to go to? Ugh. But because it's not there, so there's a kind of an interesting irony there about what we learn about place and home and belonging, when we can't take it for granted. To shift a little bit more into another dimension too, I'm thinking about, for years, I never thought of my sexuality in the context of home. I always thought these were two separate things, that, you know, my cultural identity had nothing to do with my sexuality, with my or sexual identity. And then I thought, duh, when you come out, right, and especially when I came out when I was older, right, you have to create a whole different community. You have to sort of socialize yourself. You have to, find also just find a space, right, where you can live free, where you can live without fear and proud of who you are. That's changed obviously since my day, but it was a real sense of just it was finding another kind of home, and love itself as home because I had never really experienced love the way I always wanted to. So this poem is a little bit about all those things, and grounded to my present day husband, Mark. Well, I should say after I couldn't take Miami because it had changed so much, so I moved to I did what any normal person does. I moved to Maine, um, just at the other end of I-95, and so this poem takes place there. Thicker than country. A Cuban like me, living in Maine? Well, what the hell? Mark loves his native snow, and I don't mind it, really. I love icicles, even though I still decorate the house with seashells and starfish. Sometimes I want to raise chickens and pigs, wonder if I could grow even a small mango tree in the three-season porch. But mostly, I'm happy with hemlocks and birches towering over the house, their shadows like sundials, the cool breeze blowing even in the summer. Sometimes I miss the melody of Spanish a little, and I play Celia Cruz, dance alone in the basement. Sometimes I miss the taste of, sorry, dance alone in the basement. I don't miss my mother as much as I should. Sometimes I miss the taste of white rice with picadillo, so I cook, but it's never as good as hers. Most days I wonder why. But when Mark comes home like an astronaut dressed in his ski clothes, or I spy him planting petunias in the spring, his face smudged with this earth, or barbecuing in the summer, when he asks me if I want a hamburg or a cheeseburg, as he calls them, still making me laugh after 12 years, I understand why the mountains here are enough. White with snow or green with palms, mountains are mountains, but love is thicker than any country. So it is interesting how I married outside my culture. Um, it's also a little bewildering or sad. My mom doesn't, well, she knows English, but she doesn't, she's terrified of speaking it, and Mark doesn't know ni una papa in Spanish. Um, so at first I thought that was a horrible thing, and now I'm thinking, it's kind of cool that, that they can never talk and gang up on me. Let's see, I got a couple more poems and then we can open up to questions. Yeah. And I can I have more if we want to hear some more. Um, this poem, I was thinking about patriotism, and maybe I was just, maybe I'm still naive and optimistic, but I was thinking about patriotism, the kind of more, um, not the you're either with us or against this kind of patriotism, but the patriotism that I remember as a little kid, right? Especially as an immigrant and a family of immigrants, of truly believing these ideals that's what we came here for. So that's what this poem is about, but it's also grounded in a song, "America the Beautiful," which I think should be our national anthem. Anybody read the second stanza of our current national anthem? It's scary. All right, here we go. Unfortunately, you're going to have to hear me sing a little bit. America the Beautiful again. How I sang, "Oh, beautiful," like a psalm at church with my mother, her Cuban accent scaling up every vowel. Oh, beautiful, yet in perfect pitch, delicate and tuned to the radiant beams of stained glass light. How she taught me to fix my eyes on the crucifix as we sang our thanks to our Savior for this country that saved us. Our voices hymns as passionate as the organ piping towards the very heavens. How I sang for spacious skies, closer to those skies while perched on my father's sun-beat shoulders, towering above our first 4th of July parade. How the timber through our bodies mingled, breathing, singing as one with the brass notes of the marching band playing the only song he ever learned in English. I dared to sing it at assembly with my teenage voice cracking, "For amber waves of grain," that I'd never seen, nor the purple mountain majesties, but could imagine them in each verse rising from my gut. Every exclamation of praise I belted out until my throat hurt. America, and again, America. How I began to read Nietzsche and doubt God, but still wish for God to shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood. I still want to sing. Despite all the truth of our wars and our gunshots ringing louder than our school bells, our politicians smiling lies at the mic, the deadlock of our divided voices shouting over each other instead of singing together. How I want to sing again, beautiful or not, just to be in harmony, from sea to shining sea, with the only country I know well enough to sing for. And I'll end this portion with the poem that the Complaint of Rio Grande. Rio Grande. I'll give you a little bit of background. This you wouldn't know it from the poem, but this is a poem that was from a collaborative project. Initially, it was from a collaborative project with a photographer, Jacob Hessler, 12 poems and 12 photographs. And it was the title and the theme was boundaries, all kinds of boundaries, and not just geographical, as this poem speaks to, but psychological, gender boundaries, boundaries of sexuality, and whatnot. So this photo is a photo of at Rio Grande, where there forms the border with the United States and between the United States and Mexico. And I thought, as an artist, right, how do I address this, right? Because this is not my direct experience, and I don't want to appropriate. How can I do this justice? How can I think about it in a way that and solve it in the way, right, that artists do? And so I started thinking not just about the U.S. Mexico border, but really about borders themselves, right? And how sort of, I don't know, contrived they are, right? This idea that, if you just step over here, you're in a whole different, a whole different space. It's especially that region, right? There's 500 years of shared history. And so I started thinking about that, and then I thought, let me write this poem in the voice of the river, so I take myself out of the equation, right? Sort of. And so this again is in the voice of the river, sort of giving a what for to all of humanity for this idea of bordering ourselves, right? Complaint of El Rio Grande. I was meant for all things to meet, to make the clouds pause in the mirror of my waters, to be home to fallen rain that finds its way to me, to turn eons of loveless rock into love-sick pebbles and carry them as humble gifts back to the sea, which brings life back to me. I felt the sun flare, praised each star flocked about the moon long before you did. I breathed air you'll never breathe. Listened to songbirds before you could speak their names, before you dug your oars in me, before you created the gods that created you, then countries. Your invention. Maps jigsawing the world into colored shapes, caged in bold lines to say you're here, not there. You're this, not that. To say yellow isn't red, red isn't black, black is not white. To say mine, not ours. To say war and believe life's worth is relative. You named me, Big river drew me, blue, thick to divide. You split me in two, half of me us, the rest the other, but I wasn't meant to drown children. Hear mother's cries. Never meant to be your geography, a line, a border, a murderer. I was meant for all things to meet. The mirrored clouds and sun's tingle, bird songs and the quiet moon, the wind and its dust, the rush of mountain rain, and us. Blood that runs in you is water flowing in me. Both life, both the truth we know. We know. Be one in one another. Very cute.
Let's unmute for a minute and just clap for that beautiful reading because it was just beautiful. Thank you. I've been muting them all day, so I'm sure they're thrilled for me to unmute them. Thank you so much, Richard, for the beautiful reading and for the context that you gave every poem, which I think is really important when we're doing this in the classroom, is to provide a little bit of context for our students. Because invariably as an instructor, people are scared of poetry because they're scared of not knowing what it means, about getting it wrong. A kid doesn't want to be put on the spot when they're being asked about the poem. But I found that if you give them a little bit of context, if you give them an in to the poem before we start looking at it, they'll find their footing a lot easier. And if you notice, Richard did that for every single poem that he read. So even when you haven't read the piece, because they're always changing what they want us to teach, we do our own research, right? Teachers are used to that. So I find it's really effective in the classroom. So now I'm going to open it up to the group for the questions. I asked you to come up with some. I'm sure you have them. Who wants to be the first? Please put your hand up in the chat. Leonardo. Hi, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Our group came up with this question. What advice would you give students about writing poems that mix real world issues with imagination?
What is the second part?
About writing poems that mix real world issues with imagination.
Sure. Well, a couple things for that. I'll answer by saying what I try to do with my own work, right? Uh, when I want to write a poem about a topic, an issue, or whatnot, as an artist, I'm always looking. I have to question my assumptions first of all, right? I'm trying to look for something that people are not talking about or questions they're not asking. So, in other words, not go for the obvious, right? And not just state the obvious. And sometimes the issue needs to be stated, of course, but like I think the artist's job is to break through that, right, and offer some other possible potential. Again, maybe not a solution, but maybe shift the conversation a little bit, open up the discourse a little bit more. And I think the poem of Rio Grande was exactly that, right? That is a complete act of imagination because I knew, okay, what am I going to say about, the U.S.-Mexico border issue, right? Like what hasn't been said? What haven't we heard? Like how have we, or how, in what ways haven't we heard about it, right? And I could have easily written a poem that just stated the obvious or just stated what the problem is. But I think wanting to create something that, like you said, perfect use of the imagination. So I would just always encourage them to, push through, right? Keep on going, keep on working. And I think that's true even when we're not writing about topics, right? About social political topics. Often, I think every poem I enter with a bit of confusion, whether it's a love poem or whether it's an anger poem or whether it's a poem about a memory about my mother. I think the act of really paying attention to craft leads us to new discoveries in the poem. And I think I think students need to learn to trust that process, but they also need, in some ways, right, to exercise that craft and learn the craft elements of writing poetry, right? So, if you didn't know what a persona poem was, you wouldn't know that that was a possibility, right? That you could solve the poem in that way. So it's about, along with that, it goes reading also other poets' poems on, let's say, a topic that they want to write about, right? To exercise, to get the creative mind going. That's another way of sort of um, shifting gears, so to speak.
Thank you.
Jennifer, go ahead. Did we lose her? I think we lost her. She'll be
No,
back.
she's muted.
Sorry,
it's okay.
I just wanted to first of all say really beautiful work. I got very choked up a couple of times. But I wanted to ask just a couple of short questions in conjunction. How do you prefer an audience first receives your poem, spoken or read? And how closely is the art of speaking a poem and the art of writing a poem, how closely are they linked for you?
Sure. I always draw a lot of parallels between poetry and music, or analogies, in part because, of course, poetry was for hundreds, if not thousands of years, really, or its DNA, its origin, right, is in oral tradition, in prayer, in chant, and whatnot. And I think that's still something that that's very much a part of it. So a couple things in that relationship. Obviously, one thing, they can't hear, unless there's a video of me, they're not going to be able to hear me read the poem, right? Um, but I also encourage students to always read the poem out loud. And if you, in my work with the Academy of American Poets, as education ambassador, a lot of the Teach This Poem units activities, they call it to read the poem out loud. Because something different happens, right? The poem, you suddenly, you're first of all, you're using more of your senses, right? You're putting the poem in the air, and certain connections start happening, and that wouldn't otherwise happen, right? Um, and you start feeling the poem, not just thinking about it, right? Because now it's in your body. In the same ways that when we sing along to a song, well, and then students will always be scared of like, but how does he want us to read it? Like, no, 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 no. You read it the way you want to read it. Like, how do you feel it, right? I can't sing like Beyonce, but there I go. I just go on, I'm belting it out in the car, right? It's the writer's song or the poet's poem, but also you can own that, right, in your own way. So that's part of it. Uh, I even do that to this day. I read poems out loud because I feel them in a different way. And along with that, I also edit by reading out loud. So when I finish a first draft, or maybe even not even a first draft, or I'm just having trouble, maybe at a spot in the poem, I start reading it out loud, and it's the same thing starts happening. Like sort of all these new connections start happening. And you're like, that's it, right? So yeah, I read the poems aloud. It's part of the creative writing process. I think also to not read out loud is again not homage, but um, well, another analogy, right? You can read the lyrics to a song, right? Or you can go to the concert, right? I mean, why do we still love going to concerts, right? Because now it's an experience, right? And there's like this music and the lights and the actual person and their gestures moving in front of you, right? Like, I mean, as we all know, I forget what percent of communication is nonverbal, right? So when you go to a reading, right, my gestures, my laugh, my inflection, right? Because I'm singing those poems. And they're not coming from in here. They're not even coming from my mouth. They're coming from my body, right? But in on the page, we you don't almost have to write musical notes to be able to read the poem the way I read it, right? Because on the page we don't have time like we do in music, right? With language, I can't say, well, I should still watch the sun. Well, I should still watch the sun set instead of rise over the ocean. The pauses, the elongation of the syllables. And you'd be surprised. And I say this also I teach a workshop on performance, which is a whole other topic too, right? But you'd be surprised that even one's own poems, when you read them the first time, you're like a little rusty. Just reading it a second time, you start really ingesting. Like, it becomes part of you more and more. And I mean that's a whole other topic, but that's part of what I also uh, tell students or creative writers to rehearse the poem, right? and not rehearse it in the sense of being like overly performative, but just let it live in you, right? And something starts happening. Right. Oop, you're muted.
Sorry. That's so rare. As we all feel the passage of time, what is something that you used to do that you no longer do in your poetry? And why do you think that you no longer do it them? This is from Tanaya Tynes.
Um, I guess I could answer that in one of two ways, right? Um, uh, and I think I'm going to answer it. That's a great question. I'm going to answer it the way I think it came to me first. It's not that I've changed something that works better. I think I have to constantly remember to to not white knuckle a poem, right? To not overly, especially me and my engineering mind, my left brain is very powerful, right? To not approach the poem like a formula, to essentially come and play, to remember that, as you get older and as you're now presidential inaugural poet, right? There's more, and just being in aging, right? We have more pressures on ourselves, career pressures, teaching pressures, right? And again, maybe this applies to any career, right? But to remember to go, I try to remember to go into that innocence, that creative play space. And that's something in a way that I've gotten away from, or I have to remind myself to do more and more. Part of how I do that is a little bit of ceremony. Part of it, I light a candle when I write, and I write three-wick candle. One is to my ancestors, one is to my literary ancestors, and one is to my inner child. And I just let that inner child sort of come out and play, like, come out. It doesn't always work, but at least it just sets a different psychological tone for when I begin writing it. As they say, take the pressure off. Like, you don't have to write the best poem in the world, and give yourself permission to write the worst poem in the world. Just be in that moment. Um, and then the other thing,
I think it was Viv who actually, we were talking about your left brain, your engineer brain, and your poet brain. So organically, you brought it up yourself. So thank you. And I think we kind of touched on all of it, but you solidified it for us. Thank you so much. Okay, so continue. Go ahead, Richard. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Oh no, that's it. Like, yeah. And so, um, yeah. So it's not that it's what I need to come back to more, that I've stopped doing that. It's not like, oh, I stopped doing that because it didn't work. It's more the opposite.
Thank you so much. Okay, Otto, my mass posse.
Thank you, folks, and thank you, Mr. Blanco, for reading with us. Really enjoyed your work. And this is a question that was touched upon in our discussions as a group, and I'm framing it slightly differently, and see if you can answer this question for us, because you have a view of humanity, I think, perhaps, that is being expressed in the poem Complaint of El Rio Grande. So what is the view of humanity that you are expressing in the poem? Are humans mainly cooperative or competitive? Are we mainly nonviolent, or are we mainly violent, or is there a mixture, or a certain balance percentage? What's your view of humanity that you're expressing there?
Well, I think in that poem, I'll have a personal point right as well. You know, I think I think humanity is capable of great love and compassion and etc. And of course, equally capable of great hate and destruction and division. And I think we cycle within those things. I think we cycle them as individuals too, right? In that poem, I think I'm focusing more on a critique, right? Of when I'm thinking about borders, I'm thinking also about how borders are in some ways uh, as they have been used in history, right? And how other cultures don't have borders, sort of, and I hate, putting one culture's better than the other, but the idea is like, we've used borders for all sorts of, for geopolitical power, for wealth, right? And also just to have an enemy, right? So, I mean, it's built into our wiring. And I think that's what that poem is a critique of, that dark side of humanity. Um, uh, I mean, when you think about that, there's still slavery in the world, right? Like what is that, right? Right? So it's slow. We're slow, and we might take 5 steps forward and 10 steps back and whatnot. But I'm thinking in that poem about that, and and let's see. I have another poem called Declaration of Interdependence, and I think this is a particular issue that we have in the United States, that we're still stuck on this idea of independence, right? That me, myself, and I, right? And even though we say we the people, it's really we the people, me, right? Right? We're stuck in this individualism, right? And the idea that I think in Buddhist terminology, right, the idea is humanity should be involved into the sense of interdependence, of understanding that everything counts and everything's connected. And I think the pandemic sort of gave us a peek into that. And boy, did we forget that lesson rather quickly. But that everything, the most important person in the world is, the cashier who that are risking their lives for you to be able to eat something, right? So, and we appreciated the world and such. Remember those? I mean, I miss the pandemic, some parts of it, right? But anyway, yeah.
Thank you. James Hayes.
Hi, good afternoon. One question that we came up with in our group was, what advice would you give to young writers who may be reluctant to share their feelings due to the political climate in this country right now?
Well, I think um, well, that's yeah. I'm not in the same classrooms you are, but I feel that even in I teach Latinx literature, which I'm starting to feel some of that. But I would say in some ways, I'm not sure it's. I guess it's advice to the writer. That's part of it, but it's also up to us to create that safe space. I know I when I have my creative writing classes. Even in my literature classes, I make statement the opening first day of class, I make a statement. This is a safe space. We're here to respect each other's opinions. And if you don't feel heard, I want to hear about it too, right? So I think it's about setting those conditions, or that setting that invitation, right? Uh, Now, I mean, usually students have, usually this question is, right, that they don't want to feel exposed, but this is a little bit sort of more finite, right? Being exposed in terms of a particular issue. But I will answer it sort of in the same way. Uh, I often tell my students, first of all, I think you should write the poem regardless. Write it as if you're never going to read it, and then nobody's going to read it because it's just important for you first, right? And if not, you're going to miss the opportunity to discover something. The other thing is it kind of relates to my other answer of how I enter a poem open-minded and just trying to find a different way around this. When we're creating art, you'd be surprised at where you end up, right? And there's a moment where you are no longer the poem, and that sense of exposure goes away. And it's not that you're emotionally part of the poem, right? But you feel because you're making art, now there's the poem and there's you. And that takes away a lot of the fear, right? So I always use an analogy of a painting, right? Go look at a Picasso. God knows what blood, sweat, and tears may have gone into that painting, but no, it's a painting. And he was making art, right? And that other stuff stays, it's just like a separate being, a version of you, right? And I think if you don't allow yourself to create, then you'll never experience that. So having faith in that process, and again, I usually say this more when people are writing about trauma or something more personal, but I think the same applies. And again, looking for something that is not expected, and then therefore something different, you'll feel differently about it. Look, I had the same problem with writing the real poem, right? I'm not going to speak to that kind of migration or immigration, right? How can I use art in a way to still talk about it in a way that is surprised me, right? Yeah.
Thank you. Vanya. Vanya?
Yes. Hi, Richard. I
Hi.
have two questions for you. As a science teacher and part of the STEAM committee at my school, I'm not Russian, I'm not French Canadian, I'm Bulgarian, close to Turkey and Greece. But I've been living in Miami for the last 27 years. And I've been teaching for the last 38 years. My face is still young. So, my first question is, I chose in the poem that you wrote, Complaint of El Rio Grande, that part of a detective. And I'm wondering how you're gonna dissect how does the nature imagery in the poem contribute to the theme of unity and things coming together?
How does the nature imagery connect to what? I'm sorry.
Contribute to the theme of unity and things coming together. How are you gonna dissect?
So I think there's several poems where, well, I should say, I always turn to nature in some ways, or little hints at nature, because in some ways, nature is the ultimate home, right? Nature is the home we all belong to. It's the universal home. And I think even in the inaugural poem, right, I use the moon, the wind, the earth as these unifying elements, right? There's one moon. We're all looking at it every day. I mean, every night, right? There's one sun. So nature, I think, is a way of grounding and of grounding the issue in a way that we can all sort of feel, right? And because we all experience nature in some way, shape, or form. I mean, I've had another thought of, nature again is like another kind of home, right? But I think there's an interesting connection that we make, or an interesting interaction with nature that's not like the built world. So, you look at a forest and it comes on its own terms, right? You're not like, gee, could we move that tree a little bit over that way? Like, it is its own force, and there's a certain relaxing into it, because anytime you make something, right, you could always be different, or you could go on contemplating, or versions of it, right? When decorating comes to mind, right? Or that's not the right pillow, or whatever. Like, nature is what you see is what you get, and that's it. And you just relax into that posture of taking it in.
Thank you.
Great
Yeah,
answer.
nature is our home. And if you were a student, what do you think that you as a student will change in that poem? If you assign your students and tell them, well, you have about half an hour to change apart from this poem. So how can you create a four verse out of your original poem, pretending that you are a student?
I'm not sure I'm understanding correctly. That if I were a student, what would the assignment be, to create a version of that poem?
A different end of the poem. But I know that it's going to take time, so you may answer this later.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Viv, or actually Emily. You have to unmute
There
yourself.
we go. I'm unmuting. Okay. So, Richard, I would love for you to try and give the teachers some guidance on how to encourage their kids to search, right? So if our theme is searching for home, I think a lot of us today have been focusing on home instead of the searching for part. And what brings that to mind is over the summer, we bring a hybrid, well, we have a hybrid program for Piano Slam at Chapman Partnership for the Homeless. And we've introduced the theme for this year already this summer. And some of those kids in the homeless shelter, think about the fact that they are homeless. And so they really latched on to the searching part of that because they have no home. Or their home is a memory that they would love to cling to. And when they were asked, what's your ideal idea of home, your ideal home? And almost all of them said a place where there was always enough food to eat, right? So I think that we need to think about the fact as we bring this topic into the classroom that kids are coming from all different perspectives, what their home life might be, might not be, unicorns and rainbows. And so if we put ourselves in the shoes of the teachers in the classroom, what kind of guidance would you give teachers about exploring this topic, which could be really fraught with emotion, right?
Well, I think, I mean, just something that a lot of what you just said so beautifully. I think that's an important place to, it's almost like this idea of creating safe space as well, right? To let everybody know that we all have different dimensions or understandings of home and what actual literal or figurative, what those places, and that everybody's invited to the table, so to speak, to the poetic table. So I think that's a great place to start. And that search again, like kind of echoing what you're saying, is very personal, right? And then each one is unique, and that's that's okay. You need to explore what your unique sense of home is, and what that means, and search for it. As far as the only other thing that came to mind in that sense was, uh, I think creating assignments that are more, like you said, about the searching and not just writing right away. Right. So, people don't understand that, a lot of poems take research, you know. Uh, I had to research a lot with this river. I had to, I looked at pictures of it besides the photograph. I researched a bit about, more dimensions about the topic and whatnot. But I'm also thinking about, assigning, like, I just interviewed my mom for like 3 hours. Like maybe something is like having a conversation with one of your elders, right? Asking them where they came from, what's their story, how did they get named, right? So that begins to sort of dig into their history, their personal history. That comes to mind. So I think maybe having exercises or pre-writing sort of exercising, pre-writing little mini assignments that start opening and creating ideas that are the search. But also explaining that the poem itself is a search, right? We're not here to present our final, resolution of what home means. As I took you on this journey of how home has shifted about my life from, now my new book, Homeland of My Body, I'm like, home is nothing. It's in me. It's like that's my new home. Like every memory, everything I ever lived, experienced now is I've never lost it. Like I've come to that sort of, but that searching, the poems themselves have worked to continue that search. But I would say that pre-assignments, and also the poem is not an answer. It's just a possibility, an idea, a thought, an emotion about what home is.
Beautiful.
Right.
Helena.
Hi, Richard. Thank you so much for being here. It's really wonderful to be able to spend time with you. And as you are one of the preeminent voices of poetry in this country, I have a real teacher question with a real world, very pressing teacher problem, and that is the problem of AI. And this has been a very loving, kumbaya, giving workshop. But even I have been so stymied in my teaching, even in creative work, by this looming monster in the background that I mean, I even felt it at the piano slam last year. I mean, I felt like I wasn't sure whether everything that I was listening to from those kids that seemed so heartfelt was, I mean, I found myself questioning, is this them? Really? So how do you deal with this in your classroom, and what do you recommend teachers here, in the public schools to do to deal with this issue that's just becoming overwhelming and creeps into every corner of our lives here in the classroom?
Yeah, I mean, I'm by no means an expert or anything in this field. I think there's probably people that can speak to that a lot better than I can. But I will say a couple things. Maybe you've heard. I'm going through that too. In other words, because we get some guidance from the university, um, and what they've told us is to not fight it, but use it as a tool to work and have them learn through AI if they so choose to. And we have our university has provided like 3 different kinds of statements of where your tolerance level is on that, whether it's like you can use it for research or you can use it and whatnot. Um, uh, and more I worry about that in my literature class. This last and it hasn't, as far as I know, it hasn't been an issue so far. This last class, I started to question some of the writing, but then I looked and they were all seniors, and so I figured, their work was a little bit better than the normal. But then I don't, again, I put those statements in and we make it clear from the beginning. As far as creative work, I don't grade my assignments, so I don't see the reason why you would ever use AI. And if the sheer pleasure of taking a creative writing workshop, if you want to use AI, as far as I'm concerned, that's your problem. Like you're missing the point. One, I heard an anecdote the other day. I forget who told me, and maybe might want to try this in the classroom, but I forgot exactly how it went. But it was either a poem or a lyrical essay or something that the person wrote on AI, and everybody's like, "Oh, that's great, that's wonderful," and saying it was him. And then he said, "Actually, this was written by AI." And the whole room deflated because who cares? Now it's like a machine. They were making a human connection, thinking that, right, that this person wrote this and was telling this story, and it just everybody was like, ugh. It's like, why would any, so maybe get them to see how in the creative world, right? Also, imagine your readers that you did that on AI. Like, why, who cares? Like, I don't want to read you anymore. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I want a real human being behind these words. So I think with creative writing, there's a little bit less of a whole lot less of a problem, I think. I don't know. In high school exactly if I guess you must have to grade the assignments, but in college I don't, and some teachers just give you credit for it, but hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you.
Viv, I think you're going to be the last question. Thank you. Viv is the person whose father was the engineer,
Civil
and
engineer.
we were wondering.
We had a debate about you, Richard, and because I grew up with a father from Cuba, born in Havana. I was born here, so that whole thing about the Cuban American experience and all that business. My dad was very much the typical civil engineer in the sense of the structure, the mathematical thing, the detail, the analysis, the perfectionism. That's so much part of that persona, right? And I was more on that's why I'm an English teacher, the literary, the artsy, the music person. My mom was a piano player. So I'm wondering, because I love your writings, by the way. El Florida is a wonderful piece because I wanted to ask you about, because writing poetry is a big deal in my class. And so I'm going to bring in a lot of your poetry this year. And we've done one of yours, from the one from the West Coast piece. But these other pieces that I start the year with song music, The House That Built Me, only because I learned that in a writing workshop. I thought it was good to start with home and writing about what is home for you. Describe it, write about it. And then I was thinking of bringing in translating Grandfather's House. I don't know if you're familiar with the piece, and I want to bring in another one of your pieces, which I'm thinking, which is either El Florida or Father's Exile was beautiful, very touching. It made me cry when you were reading that piece about your father. Very, very touching. You really describe your dad very well in that Indeed business. That was important, how he punctuated those things, his ideology. I'm wondering to bring that voice into the classroom. I teach 8th grade, and bringing in this at the beginning of the school year with this theme of the home. And I happen to have this planned out before I signed up for the workshop. Was total synchronicity, because this whole thing is about what is home for you. And what do you recommend? How did you first of all, I want to know, how did you become, were you always a writer since you were young? Because for you to transition or move from the civil engineer in you to the art side, the writing side, the writer, because my students nowadays, the young people see writing as something alien, as something essay writing, like formulaic. And that I try to get them out of that into the creative part, the authentic part, your voice.
Yeah.
Bring it in. Were you always a writer? So that's number one. What are your words of encouragement for youth today? Because it sounds like writing was your way to finding who you were and sort of liberating yourself into what you really wanted to do, right, in your life.
Yeah. So I think first of all, we need to dispel the myth that, and I'm just going to use this left brain, right brain language, although I think they don't really use that anymore because they're realizing it all happens at the same time. I think often we're responding to careers, right? Or to things we like, but essentially everything is creative. Every human endeavor is creative, and every human endeavor in its best possible way uses both sides of the brain, including art, including uh, writing poetry. So you can share this with my students, with your students. I actually discovered writing because of engineering. Um, so at 27, I graduated. I was like 25. I start my engineering consulting job, and half my job was writing. Um, so, um, and uh, and I just got into writing through technical writing, but also understanding language, how important it was, and how different you had. You can't write the letter to the mayor is the same way you write a letter to a contractor. You have to understand also, you know, tone and word choice. You have to understand that you can't present your engineering language to a town council, that you have to translate that study that you did into terms that people understand. You have to understand when you're writing a proposal for a $40 million job, that the people reading these proposals are not necessarily engineers, and that really the proposal is this narrative of your vision for the project. So how many, your audience, tone, word, all these things, and language became alive in a way that it never had become before. And I started excelling at my job in writing. Now, I should say, and maybe I'm just a weird kid, and I don't have kids, so I don't know. But I think, remember I was saying that child is the perfect creator for me. We're when I was a kid, I just loved everything. And then we get taught into thinking, oh, you know, it happens also happens along gender lines, right? You know, society pushes women in certain directions to do things that are more women-needed, like, right? Or they're told they're horrible at math since they're 3 years old, you know, like, but I think as kids, we're always fascinated by everything in the world, and we're using both creativity and analysis at the same time. And you think about what you do in your job, right? And hello, you have to make lesson plans. All that's like left brain stuff, right? In engineering, well, I should say in poetry, what I'm looking for, I mean, I always feel like math taught me as much about poetry as English class. Like it taught me this rigorous logic forming or logic finding. And so a lot of the poem is finding the structure, the logic, and then breaking that logic, right? Which is when the poem turns, right? So there's a lot of left brain going on in the poem, more towards after a first draft, right? But in the initial phases, it's very creative. And the same holds true for engineering. Um, Engineers don't think of themselves as creatives. You just built the Golden Gate Bridge and you don't think you're creative. So I think we have these societal stereotypes that we place on other people and on ourselves. Um, but I always say, the best ideas always come from synthesis, not from separation, right? Um, and also for those students that are not inclined towards the arts, not because they can't do it, but just maybe it's just something, it's not something they enjoy in that way. Um, the idea of making in that way. But the appreciation of it, I always tell my students that I teach undergraduate creative writing, and a lot of these kids are not going to become poets or anything like that. But I always tell them, I finished the class, I said, you are now poetry ambassadors. Don't let anyone say, "Oh, I don't get poetry" in front of you because you see how much they've learned. And B, always keep poetry or any art in your life because it's going to balance out your other career, right? You might have a lead horse. I've been a practicing engineer and poet most of my adult life. I everybody thinks I hated engineering and and that, I was very tempted to go into poetry full time because there's so much money in it. But the truth is, I loved both, and I miss it because now my life is poetry 24/7. And when I had my day job, I was able to have that perspective, and I'd get hungrier for writing. Now I can write anytime I want, sort of, and then I'm teaching poetry, and then or, not that I don't enjoy this, but I never get a little bit of distance from it to come back to it fresh. But anyway, I always tell students, just whether it's opera or painting, something of the humanities in your life, if you're in a set in a world that's more scientific or whatnot, and you're going to see how that is actually going to create new connections in your brain. And you're going to be like, oh, I can actually apply what I'm kind of learning because it gives you perspective. And I think the opposite is also true. Sometimes artists don't appreciate non-artists, right? But understand that everything in the world is a creative endeavor. I feel exactly biologically in my brain when I'm designing a bridge or writing a poem. To me, there's no difference. Engineers don't know shit. Like, talk to your dad. You think I just can and it's sad when the students come in with these expectations that they know how to build anything, just they don't know how to design anything. And it's a creative process too. And you make mistakes and you go over it again and you do a second draft and a third draft and a fourth draft of the design. And then you're in the fifth draft and you suddenly realize it's completely wrong. And then you get fired. So we're all creatives in some ways, right? And so I think that's a beautiful message for them, even if they're not going to be poets, right? To say, approach your world as a creative in every regard, as a parent, as a sibling, as a friend, as an engineer, as a nurse, as a, we've all anyway. I I've designed a whole class around this, so I can share some of that with you. Um, but it's obviously something I'm very passionate about.
I
But I think for
appreciate
all of
that
us,
very
it's just
much.
dispelling the myth. Oh, I'm not a creative, right? Why not? Didn't you play as a little kid? You never used your imagination as a kid? You never played with Legos or like we all have capacities to really engage in all sorts of skills, both like again the right brain or the left brain. We just get different messages. And it's okay that you don't have to love writing poetry, but give it a shot. What the hell? Play, see what happens.
Richard, thank you so much. Before anybody else have any last question for him? No. Richard, thank you as always. I always learn something new,
Thank,
which is wonderful.
Thank you, Richard.
and thank you all for what you're doing. Like I said,
Thank you. Your poetry is beautiful. Very
thank you.
beautiful.
All
Thank
right.
you so
Enjoy the
much.
rest of your day.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So, that was amazing.
Thank you. That was wonderful, by the way. Thank you. His whole explanation, and so passionate, so beautiful.
I
Thank
loved
you.
how, and those are the little synchronicities when you're working in creation that he brought up what we have been grappling with. And, I didn't text him or anything to tell him. But somehow it lives in the ethos around us. So it's lovely. Okay, so some of you are emailing or sending messages about the agenda. I have downloaded it onto the chat. I will not be emailing it to you. Simply because I don't even know who you all are. So here is the agenda. You can download it and print it and attach to your leave cards if your schools are asking you to do so. Okay, and now looking at that agenda. All right, the next thing we're going to do is go over the lesson plan that I created for you. It is, I believe, Sarah, it's on the website, right?
It is. It's on the website.
Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen so we can see it. And if there are any questions, we can go through that now. So give me 1 minute. Let me share my screen. Okay. So again, this is adaptable and appropriate for grade levels 6 through 12. If you are an elementary school teacher, I don't want you to feel like your day has been wasted. These are all components that can be incorporated into your classes with your students and kind of like a preloading for what they're going to encounter in middle school and or high school, and even with participation in piano slams. So if you want to adapt it, you're certainly welcome to. The themes, of course, being identity, belonging, home, and creative expression. Now, somebody mentioned we were covering when we were talking about his poem, how they would incorporate another work. And then I mentioned James creating these units, as you know, they can just build. That's up to you. Maybe you have a story that you have to teach in your curriculum that aligns with this particular lesson. That's always easy to add and to incorporate. So I want to stress the flexibility of this lesson plan and how it is easily adapted to your particular needs and the needs of your students. The essential question, of course, is where, what is home, and how can poetry express it? Now, the search, Emily mentioned the search for home. Please do ask about that. How is it that we come to home? How do we search? My only issue is that, like in the search, are we landing, Emily? This is directly actually to you. Are we landing somewhere or are we just still in flux? Because some of our students are not home and they have not yet accessed home. And I think in listening to Richard speak, a lot of his home finding came through travel, which he mentioned didn't happen until his 30s because he didn't have the means to do it. So, how could we approach this in a way that doesn't leave them yearning and rather empowered, would you say?
Yes, I think that no, you're not expected to land anywhere. I think young people are searching in many different ways. In their teenage years, they're searching for belonging. They're searching for acceptance among their peers. They are in many ways hampered by boundaries, real or perceived. And I think that we want to encourage young people to imagine. So if they do not feel grounded in their ability to write a poem about what their home, if they're not confident in what home feels and looks like, that we should encourage them to explore what home would feel like, where they might search for it. What do they imagine it could look like? it would look like, it will feel like. It will smell like, taste like. We want to encourage that kind of imagination. Like the homeless kids, they're gonna naturally imagine what home would feel like if they had it. Kids who might be in a fraught home environment, if their parents are divorcing, if there's, abuse in the home, if there's, substances in the home, where home is not a safe space for them. They might want to write about their search for home and what they believe that peace, if they believe home is a peaceful place, what that could be. It might not be here today, but it might be there for them tomorrow. And if they could dream, we want to encourage them to dream, right? What would home be like if they could dream it, if they could conjure it? So I think that the searching part of it is very important, because I think teenagers, in many ways, are going through so many changes emotionally that they may have a wonderful home life, but they might not see it. And so we want to have them express their search for home, or their belief of what home is, was, could be, as they feel it in the moment, right? In their state of mind.
Absolutely. And also, as you were speaking, the idea of like home as an intangible thing, like going away and eating a something cultural, something that you love, and then that bite of that takes you back. So it doesn't have to be an actual physical space. Home can be any incarnation. And dreaming of that home is also, so much achievement is built on the wings of dreams. So maybe to use today's parlance, they're manifesting what they want their home to be. Marquita, I see your hand up.
Hi. Okay. So, one thing I think we can also encourage the kids is that it doesn't have to start off happy. Like the poem itself doesn't have to be all happy. They can insert hope where they can, but if home has not been happy, it's okay for them to write about that. We have to like encourage that idea that, there is beauty in the pain, the suffering, the down parts of life, because we all go through it, and there are times where we all are looking for home, even in the midst of what other people would see as a happy home, right? And then those other things, those, yes, intangible things, but then just kind of things that may be tangible. Like maybe we do have children who are transient, and they carry a book with them, a bookmark with them, a necklace with them, like something small, an item can be home, a smell can be home, a person can be home. Even just one memory, one sound, the sound of their, and this is just off of like last year's theme, like sounds of my past or music of my past, like it could be, the song of their favorite children's cartoon, like wherever they were when they heard that song, that was home for them. Smells, like, so they can start to think outside of the box, right? About things that they can identify as this concept of home, and also themselves, that they will always be their own home, so they can branch out from there.
Exactly. Thank you, Marquita. And Viv.
I just wanted to say, Emily, that what you said hit home for me is technically last school year. I had a student when I was doing the home thing that I do at the beginning of the year, the house that built me deal. One of my students felt very distraught and said, the beginning of the school year, I didn't know her yet. I can't write anything positive about my home or where I've grown up or any of that business. I don't have anything positive to say. So I wasn't expecting that, right? It was something like, okay, I had to think quick. And what you just said resonated, because that's what happened in the classroom. Was my response was, That's okay. Write about what you would want it to be, or your ideal, or what you feel home is for you. What is your ideal? What is your, and that worked out perfectly fine. And actually it was a good thing because she later on felt very safe in my classroom and entrusted me with things that were going on because her parents were separated. So her parents were going through a divorce, and she was moving back and forth from her father's house to her mother's house. And it was a very combative situation. And that anger that came out about, there's nothing positive for me to say here, then it was the ideal thing. And that was very therapeutic for her. Later on, she said that to me. So, and I think it just resonated. I wanted to share that with you, what you said. If you don't have it, then the ideal of what you envision it to be then for yourself.
Well, and the idea too that he mentioned that sometimes you can write a very negative poem and just never show it to anyone. And sometimes that entree, that outlet, being able to articulate it and then writing the assignment. I want to stress too that I've been doing Piano Slam a long time. And the ones that win are never these, yippity happity poems, because really, and in 40 years of literature study, we rarely are reading these happy things because they're not true. They're not real. Happiness comes in spurts. So why would we expect our students to happy up or clean up a poem? What we want for them is to express it. I think we're all we're all grown up enough to deal with any sort of discord or unhappiness or dissatisfaction that may come up in the writing. And as English teachers, you also know that we're on the hook because those of us who actually read what they write, a lot is revealed to us. A lot. And that gives us an opportunity to really serve them in all the ways that they may need it. So yes, Viv, thank you so much. Okay, so the next portion of our day, and we're almost there, guys. Let me go back to the lesson plan. I don't want to read to you. I don't like when people read to me, so I'm not going to do it to you. And as I said, it's pretty self-explanatory. But going through it again, and let me share my screen again, just really quickly to incorporate all of that. Okay, so where do we start? He is our context. I would play the poem, and if not that poem, and if not his poem, one that's similar, one that fits into your lesson plan. These are optional science anchors. And the discussion of the metaphor of the river as a living force. Otto did this by tying it to water systems and the clouds. So it is very doable and very adaptable, and you can take it as far as you like. I teach dual enrollment, and I'm constantly upping the ante of these assignments, and it doesn't mean that they can't go wherever you need it to go. You're the expert in your classroom, and I trust you'll know how to adapt this accordingly. Then you have a little bit of the writing workshop where you write your own poem in response to the question. I would argue we do not judge the poem. We don't say, this is a good poem, this is a bad poem. What we're trying to get them to do is feel comfortable about expressing themselves. So I would say, once you're preparing the poems for submission to the contest, that's a different situation. But on these first initial forays into writing poems and the idea of interacting with poetry within these disciplines, that should be positive. They should feel, as Richard mentioned, safe, a safe space to communicate and express. After that, we can get into, this stanza maybe is a little weak. Where's your turn? This verb is wrong. We don't need to judge it immediately. And of course, this is giving them context. Where is home for you? Incorporate a personal memory or location, a sound, rhythm, or beat to what we were saying earlier. Optional for the science. I've tried to give you optional science assignments everywhere I can. Now, you can scaffold with these sentence stems. Home is where, I carry home in, play. I would put some music on too that really opens up not just the creativity, which of course it does, but it sets a tone, the atmosphere. Like when Richard was talking about the candles, the kids love that. Like when I teach James Baldwin's Sonny's Blues, I always play Kind of Blue by Miles Davis because they're writing about the jazz musician and they love it. It becomes like a little jazz cafe. Anything to amp up our environment, to incorporate what we're trying to get from them and trying to beef up their love of the arts, I would highly encourage. And of course, that is highly subjective and individual, but I would absolutely encourage you to try that out. I've also given for quick reference the Piano Slam word banks. They're really great for incorporating these terms, the scientific terms, the musical terms, to your students' poetry. But again, I wouldn't start with that. I'd have them first write their poems, and then we can start to tailor the work for submission. Performance and sharing. Listen, they may stay silent, but once they start performing, they're going to want to come up and read their poem. Maybe not all of them, but I'd say the majority of them. I see it happen all the time. What also gets them into it is I always show a little snippet from the performance the night before, the year before, and it gets them excited. The idea of being on stage, the idea that that could be me, that's fantastic, and highly encourage that. And then have them give responses to each other, positive, warm and fuzzies, an image that stood out, a line that made me feel a certain way, a line that was specifically beautiful to anybody. I would encourage that a lot. And again, the extension, you submit the poem to Piano Slam. Create an anthology or an audio playlist where we're from. Playlists, I've been connecting playlists to themes lately. They love that. And they really go into these contextual deep dives, trying to find the song that's going to fit every aspect of whatever it is we're doing. So when I give them these kind of scavenger hunts that they're in charge of, they love. And then, of course, how does defining home help you understand yourself and others better? This idea of empathy. This is assessment criteria that I just threw in for you. Use it or don't. But if you want to do a rubric, or if you have need some sort of assessment ideas, here are some that you can incorporate into your lesson plan as well. And again, this is on the Piano Slam website. It was also sent out in the email by Lori Kaplan that was sent yesterday that gives you different resources. There's a link there to it. Any questions?
When do we submit the lesson plan, or?
Oh, you don't have to. No. The lesson plan's for you.
Oh, I thought we could. Oh, I thought we're submitting. Okay. No, I mean, I'm gonna do it. I mean,
You're gonna submit something else, but no, the lesson plan is up to you.
Okay.
You don't have to use it. I'm just offering it because teachers in the past
No,
have
it's
asked.
awesome. It's awesome. And thank you for bringing your friend Richard, because that's a big deal. That is a real big deal. It was wonderful having him here and with us. I appreciate it, and I love his poem. So I'll be bringing him into the classroom a lot this year.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Viv. Thank you for being such a lovely participant all day.
So, Caridad, the assignment that we have to submit are the 7 questions, which that is actually in the packet. There is a page with questions that we need to answer and submit to the link which was given by Lori.
I think, Sarah, am I wrong? Or those, is that in the survey that we posted earlier in the day?
Yeah, I think those we're talking about 2 different things. The survey that was given earlier in the day through a link in the chat, that's for Miami-Dade County Public Schools. They are asking for teachers to please participate and fill out that survey. The evaluation sheet that was in the email from Lori with the 2 other documents, there were 3 documents sent to you yesterday. there's an evaluation, a teacher evaluation. That is feedback that you will give to us on the PD. And the instruction is to send it back to me at pianoslam@dranoff2piano.org.
So I think those are the 7 questions, Vanya.
Yeah,
Natalie.
5 questions. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Natalie Stevenson, yeah.
Hey, thank you. Okay, so since it's my first time, just bear with me. I hope I'm understanding everything you've been explaining. I just want to kind of lay out. I was looking at the website a little bit, listening to what you're telling me, looking at lesson plan, listening to Mr. Blanco. So basically, if I want to roll this out, I'm an ELA teacher. I have a lot of other things. Have to decide whether I want to do it as a club or within the classroom, but I'll figure that out. So I would just I would have some lessons, have the kids write all positive environment, submit as much as they can, or make it a class assignment, and then in terms of submission, I'm not so clear on that process. After I get them to write, after we go over terms of poetry and we explore these themes, then what's the process?
Emily's going to close out our day.
Oh, all right.
I think she's just going to go over those overviews.
Okay.
But you would submit it through the Piano Slam portal, but I'll let her speak to that.
Okay, that's
You're
fine.
going to be great, and I know English teachers have a lot to do, Natalie. I'm right there with you, but I found that Piano Slam is so fluid that we can kind of like sneak it in there with everything else that we have to do, and to kind of give an extension to the have-tos. A fun little creative extension activity.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
One last question. Can 2 or 3 of my students submit before the deadline a poem, and it's gonna be tightened up to science, so that you can look?
No.
It's directly to.
You will be the expert.
Okay.
Yeah, because yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Other questions? Okay, so after that, some of you have been mentioning it already, but before I turn it over to Emily, what resonated the most for you, if anybody wants to share, throughout the day? We can write this and turn it in, or we can talk about it quickly.
I like the spoken word and the connection to that in music, and even the way he brought the music, Richard, into his the one for the patriotic piece that he shared with us. I think that those are beautifully married. When you marry poetry and music, it makes sense because they have meter and rhyme, and the students understand it when you can connect both. Those two things, those two experiences. It brings the poetry to life, and him saying that definitely read the poetry aloud, absolutely. Something I tell my students, when you write something, read it aloud, even if it's an essay. Read it aloud so you can catch the tone, the sound, the word choice, errors. And the poetry is meant to be read aloud because it's musical. It's meant to be read aloud. It's not, if you're having students reading poetry without reading it aloud, they're not gonna connect to that, because poetry is not meant to be written, and it's also meant to be shared and acted out too.
Yeah.
It's theatrical, so it's all of that.
It's not static, it's constantly moving.
Yeah,
It's constantly
If I
changing.
can add to that, I see poetry like a piece of artwork. Somebody sees it and sees one thing, somebody reads it and sees something else. So when my students read it, every time they read the poem again, they see another layer. So And he resonated much with me because as apparently a lot of teachers here are Cuban American. When he said about encendiendo la velita, I thought of Willy Chirino. When encienden la velita, that was what popped in my head. So I can relate to what he's talking about.
It's interesting because when my students, I don't bring my poetry into a classroom because that's just kind of icky to teach yourself. But my students go on the deep dive to find my work and they'll tell me, this is what you were writing about. And sometimes they'll bring up stuff that I had no idea I was writing about, but on second look, I'm like, oh yeah. So your point is really correct. We need to break this idea that there is one interpretation. There isn't. And poetry is going to shift. Like we see things in his work that others will never see unless they're Cuban American, unless they've lived that, unless they've lived on the hyphen, they will never understand. But they see other things that maybe we never thought of because we're so focused on what are commonalities in the poem, right? So that is a very excellent point and something I think that bears repeating again and again and again to our students. There's no one right answer. All I say is keep it in the text. If you tell me that the story about the Rio Grande, the poem about the Rio Grande is there's a unicorn in it, we've got a problem because there's no unicorn. Now, if you show me, well, this looks like a unicorn description to me, and you can corroborate that with the text, dale. But that becomes a lesson in and of itself, right? Of claim and support. So, yes, Patricia, there's always two ways of looking at the same painting. Thank you so much. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to our wonderful Emily, who brought us here together. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here today and to be able to teach this wonderful unit and to be a part of Piano Slam for so many years. I've been on every end of it, beginning teacher doing it, coming in as a guest speaker, running the show myself. So having kids win, being a judge. So I've done every spoke on the wheel that is Piano Slam, and I am here to tell you it is always joyous. And I know it seems overwhelming. I know it seems like extra work. Some of you are sitting here thinking, this woman is crazy. I have so much I got to do. But I promise you it'll be worth it. And it is something that will become solely yours and your students. There's no competency, there's no test, there's no data chat. There's just you and your kids and the words. And that's what I wish for you this school year, to focus on you and your kids and your words, and may they all move all of your students as much as I know you want them to. I wish you all the very best this school year for all of us. Otto, I see your hand up.
Thank you for your work. And I wanted to just offer a quick piece of advice as a person who's competed in writing with his students for over 17 years, 18 years. It's not extra work. It's actually, you can incorporate it in your grading. So first draft it can be a grade. Second draft can be a grade. Editing can be a grade. Peer editing can be a grade. So you can actually incorporate it within your 9 grades for the weeks. And it's so much more rewarding than just, worksheet or, it's.
I'm ready.
Absolutely. So I agree with you that, I just wanted to mention those specific little suggestions because it is very rewarding to have the students write things they love and share them.
I remember even like in the performative stuff, that's listening and speaking. That's a competency. And it's a competency in ELA, it's a competency in ESL, it doesn't matter. That's the beauty of this. It's truly interdisciplinary. Truly interdisciplinary.
Yeah, great for reading it out loud. Great for reading it out loud.
It's correct, without feeling like you're on the spot, right? So it also is empowering. I can't speak about it enough. And there is no contrivance when I say to you, this is the kind of program that can change the whole chemistry of your class. And it will really connect you and them and all of us ultimately. Emily, I can keep
Yes, thank
talking all
you.
day. Thank you so
Thank you so
much.
much. It's been a wonderful day. I really enjoyed it, Caridad. You did a masterful job with the material and with our teachers. So I just wanted to share a few things. Definitely, we definitely need you to fill out the survey. And if you are inclined to want to invite us uh, into your classroom, if you would like to be a live school in our cohort, please let us know. We are making a really big push this year to try and invite and incorporate more schools in the Southern District. I feel, when I studied the, 17, 18 years that Piano Slam has been in existence, and we've mapped it, where the schools have participated over the years, we find that we have an overwhelming majority of the schools that we've served have been in the northern part of the county, from the central to the north. And we really want to have some exposure in the south. And so we have looked very hard at having a rehearsal space. Once we get, if your kids get to the point where they're chosen to be in the show, we find that we have lost kids that have merited being in the show, that have been selected to be in the show in the first round, and their parents say no because your audition space is too far away. And our audition space has been at Edison Middle School, and this year we believe it's going to be at Southwest High School, which is right off the Palmetto Expressway, south of Coral Gables. So we believe that's a lot more of a central location with easier access for kids that have to come from the southern parts of Miami-Dade County to access. We really, really wanted to create more accessibility to Piano Slam. So if you have never been a part of Piano Slam before, if you have never had our teaching artists in your school, and you would like to be in our Piano Slam cohort, please, please, please tell us in your survey, and Sarah Straka will reach out to you. We will still be welcoming back some of the schools that have been with us before, some of them, but we would like to get a wonderful mix of schools this year. And please know that the Piano Slam website is there for you with resources. And if you are seeking another resource and you'd like to reach out to, please do and let us know. And if anybody, coming up in, before I forget, coming up in November, we will have a second PD. And one of the area that we're going to focus on when we meet again, and it will probably be an in-person one at the Adrian Arch Center, is we are going to explore more the STEAM or the STEM part of this program, because we do want students to submit in the science category, which we had a big drop off last year in that category. And I'm a little nervous that this subject, this particular theme, will cause even a deeper drop off in the science category. So we're going to explore how this theme can be tied to the science and the STEM aspect of our program. When people think of home, they might want to think about, when students think about home, they might want to consider the topography of home, or the home that they imagine, or the home that they left behind, whether that's the beaches or the mountains or the rivers or the streams or the oceans or the birds or the clouds or the sunsets, or things that relate to the physical environment of in terms of their search for home. And if the masked folks want to give us any advice, please do. And we will hopefully put together a program for the next PD that explores that aspect for the November one. So thank you very much. And unless anybody has any questions, I will let Caridad say goodbye for the day. Any questions from anybody?
Yeah, I'm sure they have a million of them, but they are done. I feel you. I get it. You've been a wonderful audience. Thanks so much. Like I said before, I wish you a beautiful school year. I believe in you and I trust in you. We don't hear that enough. And I am grateful for each and every one of you and how you make our community better every single day. So with that, I wish you peace, I wish you health, and I wish you a very successful school year. Be well, my friends.